Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Welcome each and all. I'm delighted to be your host. My name is Mark Anderson, and I'm joined by other knowledge seekers as well as a presenter today, which will be Alex Gorick. He'll be coming on hopefully soon. We have a few things lined up and many exciting things going on in and around the foundation. As I keep saying, this is probably the best place to be on this planet. There's so many things we could say the reasons for. Mainly it's for the knowledge of the universe. So today is July 8th, 2021, and this is the Kesh Corona Telegram meeting in English. It's the North American team. And I'm joined by a plethora of international knowledge seekers. We will be sharing and we will be elevating each other as we're learning more and more on how to elevate souls. And as
Mark,
yes, John?
you said July the 8th. It's August the 8th.
Thank you very much for the correction. It is August the 8th, 2021. I don't know why I am stuck in July. Well, at least at that moment. But anyway, it's all good. And we're continuing on, sharing knowledge and bringing this knowledge to a planet that's in desperate need. And it seems the farther we go, the more desperation is out there. But we're not desperate because most of the knowledge seekers have learned how to protect themselves and have learned to drain energy from any sort of energy packs that you may come in contact with here or as we travel into space. As Mr. Kesh said, this is a training for space. And with the problem we're dealing with now is apparently child's play when you have the knowledge and the understanding of how the plasma technology works. Rather than play the flag video or anything else, I'd like to go into the store for a moment. I see Raphael is here, and I know I said to Marius that we would play any of his presentation from 2 weeks ago in the Brazil public teaching. I couldn't find that file earlier, so if Raphael has it and you'd like to play a select clip out of there, Raphael, at any time, please feel free. Alex will be joining us probably in 45 minutes to an hour with a presentation. I've also asked Ed to pull up something that Leanna shared in just 2 days ago in the Friday night Brazil public teaching again, where she basically went through a lot of things, and hopefully Ed at the right time will come in with a small clip. She's elevated all of us, and her and Jed, of course, as they're a team, and they've made some beautiful discoveries, although they're not finished yet. They're still working on many things, but the work that they're doing in Hawaii is very beautiful. It's being shared with the locals as well as with the other knowledge seekers around the world. So thank you, Leanna and Jed. As we know, there's many new products always being introduced into the store, different things with different twists on them, so to speak. The old pain pens were anyone could use them. The new pain pens are for single use people only. But I think down the road, as Jackie was telling us earlier, and he asked Mr. Kesh, eventually there'll be a pain pen that all of us can use and that can be shared among others. So I would encourage everyone to take advantage of the products in the store. Some are not so expensive and others are quite a lot expensive depending on where you are. But eventually the factories will be set up in areas that will price it according to what the population can handle. So this is very good as well. And what I've seen in Romania and other locations where some of these products are just out of reach of the average person. But it's all going to be coming down to the economies of scale. As more is produced, they become cheaper, but there'll be separate price structures for different parts of the planet. So I'd encourage everyone to support the store, which supports the foundation, which almost all the money just gets recycled and put right back into the foundation. So none of it is spent on lavish things or anything like that. And as Mr. Kesh said, every penny is accounted for. It must be. So let's go to the store, and you can also visit the store at any time, the Kesh Plasma store. We also have a couple products from Romania, I believe, which you'll see at the end, which is the water alkalizer as well as the face mask, which can be purchased or viewed on Amazon. So let's start with this. Okay, I've had these clips pulled up, but it doesn't seem to want to, for some reason. Let's see if we can start it again. This one, the sound starts a little late into the video.
We are beings from the universe, living in nature, finding our way, making our path through time, looking for beauty. That is why we created the Keshe Foundation Gans Mask, to keep your beauty, to rejuvenate the skin and help it stay young through your life. The Keshe Foundation space technology embedded in the mask brings balance not only to your body and mind, but also balances your soul. Enjoy living happily in balance and beauty. Keshe Gans Mask, your beauty from the universe. Water is the foundation of our life. It is part of every living creature. Pure water gives you the energy of nature. Now you can have this energy in your home. The Keshe Foundation Alkalizer and Energizer is designed for your daily well-being. It increases the pH of the water so your body can absorb more oxygen and stay in its natural condition during the day. Keshe Foundation Alkalizer and Energizer. Be pure like the water.
So as you can see, there's many products in the store and products will be added week to week. I just received some soap from Alex, actually. He thought I needed some cleaning up. And as we all know, it's quite an expensive product for soap. And I was just going to put the bar on display sort of in its package that it comes in a soap dish. But then I thought, I've been wanting to take a bath for a couple of weeks now. I'm taking showers regularly, but I wanted to take a bath. So I used the 3 liters of the cup one, and I brought in the unscented bar of the soap. The soap is an oil, handmade, and it's an oil plasma type of soap, it says. It's very luxurious. And as I indicated earlier, that you don't need shampoo anymore. That soap lathers up so quickly with just a little bit on your hands, you can actually wash your hair and it feels like you have shampoo. And I felt good. I stayed in the bath probably 45 minutes to an hour. So it's a very nice product as a gift. And also when you release the bath water or the shower water as it goes down the drain, you're releasing some of the GANS product with it. So, and this is very important as it's part of our reaching this dome of peace that Mr. Keshe has requested that we do on Sundays. So anyone who's hesitating, even though it's a little expensive, and like I said, factories will be constructed to meet the economic situation of the people in certain areas, but I want to say thank you very much. This came from China, so I know it's handmade. I know there were good fields put into it, just like food from the maker, and also the GANs, and there's no specific indication what it exactly, but I'm sure there's CO2 and some other products in there, but it's a very luxurious soap. So I would encourage you all to try it. And you can probably disregard buying some expensive shampoos because this seemed to work beautifully as a shampoo as well as on the body. And it does have a very nice feeling on the skin, let's say. So I would encourage you all to try any of the products in the store, and then of course give us your sort of testimonial or what you feel about it. But it's all, as well as releasing some of this product into the environment rather than a polluting detergent or shampoo that's full of a lot of chemicals and things that then helps to pollute the environment, I would say, in the longer term. So I just encourage you all to support the store and to try the products and to bring feedback back. As Mr. Kesh said, the store will be getting new things every week to 2 weeks. So there's plenty of things to take advantage of in there. And hopefully the price structure will come down in the communities that need it, which is the plan. So that was my testimonial on the soap. It's a very, very luxurious soap. So as a gift, and someone else can start to enjoy the plasma soap, with the idea that you're also releasing the GANs into the environment and not polluting. So I think it's very important, and I would give the soap an A+. Whoever was the maker in China of it, it's very nice. Okay. Ed, I don't know if you have pulled up a clip. Leanna did a beautiful presentation in the Brazil meeting on Friday. And Ed may have a clip he'd like to share with us. And I want to apologize, as I said, for Marius. I couldn't find that file of your presentation. And I sent you a note. If you're here, we'd love to see some of that. But by next week, I'll find it for sure. I just mislabeled it or something. It didn't seem to come up. I know I said we'd play a clip of that. But Ed, if you're ready with Liana and Jed's video, if there's anything you found there that you'd like to share, very beautiful and elevating. And they've been working with the plasma technology for a number of years, maybe more on than off, but more on in the recent period. And they're starting to make some beautiful breakthroughs, and they're sharing it with all of us.
Yes. Can you hear me, Mark?
Yes, clearly.
Okay. You asked me to just pick some sections that I thought were relevant. I've got just a few sections here that I could play. They're not continuous.
That's fine.
Because the video was too long for us to present the entirety today. But I'm wondering how long you would like to go. I have 2 6-minute sections and then another that's just a couple minutes. Would that be appropriate?
Sure. And then you had suggested about that file you had edited, Mr. Kesh's sort of future vision. If you
yes,
wanted to, we could also include that in here. But let's start, and you can share your screen, and let's see where we go. And this is the whole thing, Mr. Kesh, that he's given us the ability to do so many things with this technology. And now that we've discovered our soul and working more with the technology, we'll be able to achieve quite a bit of independence from the structure, and also develop a beautiful confidence with the knowledge and the understanding of what it can do. So anytime you're ready, Ed, just feel free to share the screen. I'm going to minimize this background because sometimes when people share, it goes into behind my background. Okay, and there it was, behind. I thought this was a beautiful story, and Leanna can probably tell us more. Ed, you take it from here as you see fit.
Okay, this is the beginning of Leanna sharing about their animal care. So I'll just start it and let it play till it goes into the end, well, till it gets to the end. And then I'll fast forward it to another section, but I'll just stop it and I'll explain what I'm doing. So here is the.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Here's an exciting story which we share.
Could you hear the audio?
Yes, maybe a little overpowered, a little down on it. Audio volume, maybe a hair. It could be
the video that we released with KFTV, but we have
witnessed
a full recovery
Yes.
from cowpox, which is a virus that our entire chicken flock was affected by. And we sprayed their coop daily by adding cup 1 and 2 water to their, and we gave them cup 1 and 2 in their water for about 10 days. So this infection causes black spots to appear all over their faces and their combs. It reduces their laying. And in some cases, birds can even die from this. So according to Wikipedia, there's no cure other than vaccines. However, all of our birds made a complete recovery with the application of plasma water alone, and not one was left with any signs of infection. They are totally healthy, vibrant, vivid red combs, and laying every single day now. So we were so happy to see our chickens cured from this condition.
Então, teve uma outra experiência com o copo da vida que foi cuidado com os animais, né? Então, eles testemunharam uma recuperação total do vírus da varíola, né? Em todo o bando de frangos que eles tinham de frangos e galinhas, borrifando o galinheiro diariamente e adicionando copos 1 e 2 à água das aves, né? Por cerca de 10 dias. Isso, né? Então, essa infecção ela faz com que apareçam manchas negras em todo o rosto, na crista também, né? Reduz a postura, né? Deixa uma postura mais baixa e, em alguns casos, leva à morte. Então, de acordo com a Wikipédia, não há outra cura além das vacinas para esses casos. Porém, todas as nossas aves tiveram uma recuperação completa com a aplicação apenas da água de plasma e não ficou nenhuma com sinal de infecção. Sim. Deixa eu só acrescentar uma coisa para vocês. Se vocês estão ouvindo a gente, se vocês tiverem perguntas para a Leana, vocês podem já ir anotando no Q&A, no chat, né? Porque aí no final a gente vai abrir para perguntas e respostas, tá ok? So I'm just adding here, if you have any questions, you can already write down in the chat in the Q&A, so we can put it to Leana in the end of her presentation. Please proceed, Leana.
Okay, so the next slide, please. Okay, here's another way we've used Cup of Life to support our animals for animal care. When one of our goats had an inflamed and swollen ankle, hoof infection, we gave her salty cup 1 and 2 water to drink, sprayed her whole body down, and soaked her hoof in cup 1 and 2 plasma water, just 3 times over the course of 1 day. And after those 3 treatments, she returned to her full strength with no signs of infection, inflammation, or injury. Before the application of the water, she was limping and her ankle was swollen, hot to the touch, and it appeared that she had an infection. And by the next day, basically after the 3 treatments, she was already jumping, but no sign of injury at all. And the reason we gave them the salty water, or we gave her the salty water, is our goats refuse to drink fresh water, but they will drink salt water. So that's why we did that.
Oh, that's interesting. So
Yeah.
they just accept the salty water?
They don't, I don't know why. They only want the salt.
That's very interesting. E, bom, falando com o copo da vida e cuidar dos animais também, continuando. Então, quando uma das cabras dele teve uma infecção e inchaço no tornozelo, né, no casco do pé, no casco dela também, eles deram para ela água salgada do copo 1 e 2 para beber, né, borrifaram todo o corpo dela, mergulharam o casco dela em água de plasma dos copos 1 e 2, apenas 3 vezes no decorrer de um dia. E após esses 3 processamentos, a cabra voltou à sua força total sem sinais nenhum de infecção, inflamação ou ferimento. E um adendo que ela estava acrescentando, que ela aceitou beber sua água com sal, ela não bebia água sem sal, né? Isso é um adendo interessante.
Okay. Just a few more examples of using Cup of Life for animal care. When one of our peacocks broke his foot, we gave him the 1 cup 1 life by soaking bread in cup 1 and 2 water, because we also can't get them to drink water for us. So, and then offered that soaked bread for a few days, and we watched the bird heal quickly without any infection or complication. Additionally, we've used 1 cup 1 life to nurture baby chicks to full strength and health without any losses, just putting the fresh cup 1 and 2 water in their waterers, and our birds have all grown to be strong and healthy. And we also give it to our cat in his water, especially the cup 1 water regularly. So it's good for the whole farm and the family.
Então, com relação ao copo da vida, né, ainda com cuidar dos animais, quando um dos pavões, né, quebrou o seu pé, Eles deram para ele um copo uma vida, mergulhando um pão, né, na água do copo 1 e 2, e ofereceu para ele esse pão molhado por alguns dias. Ele se curou rapidamente, sem nenhuma infecção ou complicações. Além disso, eles usaram o copo da vida 1 um copo uma vida para nutrir os pintinhos, né, bebês, e estão com plena força e saúde, e não teve nenhuma perda de nenhum pintinho, né? E também eles dão regularmente ao gato deles o copo 1, que na verdade é bom para toda a fazenda e família.
Okay, Mark, this is the end of the animal care section. I'm going to fast forward it to a section on their 1 cup, 1 life production and burns.
Very nice. I just had pulled up the Wikipedia, and they were saying that there's nothing other than a vaccination for the birds and the turkeys for this fowl pox, they're calling it. But Leanna's done beautiful things just with the waters of the cup 1 and 2.
Okay, so this is the beginning of the GANs making increased 1 cup, 1 life production. And I think it segues into her presentation on treating several burn incidents. So I'll start it from here.
Sure. Thank you.
Sharing in our GANs making process. So this is how we've increased the 1 cup, 1 life production. We found the biggest boost to the cup of life production was setting up our cups like a starship formation with 4 cups, 3 on the bottom and 1 on top. And you can take a screenshot of the diagram if you want to see how we connected the wires to make them all a little unit like that. And the reason for making a large amount of GANs is that it enables us to share more easily with our community and beyond, and to also make larger amounts of plasma water at once. So it doesn't take so long to filter into the pure water.
Então, esse processo de fazer GANs, né, eles estão no processo de aumentar a produção do copo uma vida, né? Eles descobriram que o maior impulso para a produção de copos da vida foi na montagem dos copos deles com uma formação de nave estelar, uma formação estelar com 4 copos. Então, eles fizeram, como está no desenho aqui, eles fizeram 3 copos na parte inferior e 1 na parte superior. Eles começaram a ver que a produção de GANs aumentava quando eles colocavam os copos nessa formação. Então, eles começaram a fazer uma grande quantidade de GANs, que permitiu a eles compartilhar mais facilmente, fazer maiores quantidades de água, de plasma, de uma só vez.
Okay, this is another story which we shared in our video, but we used CO2 GANs water for healing burns. And our son had had a terrible 2nd-degree burn on his back from an accident with boiling water. We made a CO2 GANs immediately with the presence of specific cell salts, which you can see there in the photo, for supporting the skin, and no NaCl. So it was a very gentle CO2 plasma water, which we applied multiple times a day for about 9 days. And by day 8, the burn had completely healed, completely. The scab had already fallen off and the skin had returned to soft and smooth with almost undetectable scarring. The CO2 plasma water healed his burn rapidly. So another time I had burned myself on the oven and I didn't treat it. It was never healing really. You know, you just are busy as a mom, you don't really stop to take care of yourself as much. So it was like 2 weeks, the wound wasn't closing on my hand. So I realized, oh my goodness, why haven't I been using the CO2 water? So I applied it right there, and right before my eyes, I watched the wound on my hand close up and make a scab. So it was like visibly, rapidly healing before my eyes. And after just a few days of applying the CO2 water, the burn was completely healed as well. So CO2 GANs water is just really awesome for burn care. We've also used the CO2 GANs water and cup of life 1 water for after sunburn, and noticed the effect of rapid healing as well.
Então, foi usado também a experiência que eles têm com água de GAN e CO2 para sarar queimaduras, né? Então, o filho deles teve uma terrível queimadura de 2º grau nas costas devido a um acidente com água fervente. Fizeram um GAN de CO2 com a presença de específicas Can you help me here, Diana? Maybe I don't understand what you mean about cell slats in the
I'm sorry, cell salts. I spelled it wrong.
cell salts.
I'm so sorry, cell salts. So that there's 12 salts in the body and they correspond, for supporting different parts of the body. So these 4 specific salts were all related to supporting the skin.
Oh, okay, thank you very much.
They're homeopathic medicines, basically.
The name is cell salts. Is homeopathic medicines for the salts of the body. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. Sorry for the typos.
That's okay. I was having a hard time to translate this word here, so let's do. Ok. E, bom, estava falando aqui que eu estava tendo um momento difícil aqui para entender o que significava slatos, mas ela me explicou agora que facilitou muito. Né? Então, voltando aqui, eles fizeram ganho de CO2, né, com a presença específicas, uma homeopatia específica também que eles colocaram junto para os sais do corpo que é utilizado, né, para ajudar a pele sem o cloreto de sódio. Então, foi uma água de plasma CO2 muito suave que eles aplicaram várias vezes ao dia, cerca de 9 dias. Né, no 8º dia, a queimadura havia sarado completamente. Né, a sarna que já havia caído, a pele, né, na verdade, que havia caído, sua pele voltou a ficar macia e com as cicatrizes quase indetectáveis na área. Então, a água de plasma CO2 curou sua queimadura rapidamente. Né? Outra vez, ela também compartilha com a gente que ela se queimou no forno e não cuidou, né, daquela queimadura. Então, ela nunca estava sarando aquela queimadura por quase 2 semanas já, e ela se ligou, ela falou, meu Deus, por que eu não estou usando água de ganho de CO2? Então, ela começou a aplicar, né, e diante dos olhos dela, ela começou a ver a ferida se fechar e a pele cicatrizar de forma bem clara e visível. Então, depois de 3 dias de aplicação da água de CO2, a queimadura dela também estava completamente cicatrizada. Né? Então, eles usam também o ganho de CO2, usaram também o ganho de CO2 e a água do copo 1 após queimadura pelo sol. Eles notaram também o efeito da cura muito rápida desse processo.
Okay, and one other quick section here.
Fine. Very nice. Thank you, Leanna and Jed.
Okay, so here's how we've used plasma technology for clean water. Our home is on rainwater catchment, so we don't have any pipes from the municipal water supply. Normally, we have to add a small amount of bleach every month or 2 to the catchment tank to prevent it from turning green and smelly. 2 summers ago, after cleaning the tank, we added a nano-coated copper magrath foil with a little CO2 and CuO GANS water in a Ziploc bag to our tank. It simply floats on the surface of the water. Since then, we have had clean, clear, odor-free, chemical-free water for over 2 years now with nothing but a basic sediment filter and Kesh-Gans plasma technology.
Então, na tecnologia do plasma também eles utilizaram para limpeza de água. Então, na água...
Okay, Mark, that's all that I had queued up to share. Was that enough?
That was great. From burns to cleaning up water to chicken fowl pox. So very good. It gives us a wide range of confidence in many different areas this technology provides us. And as we know, they are sort of disconnected or off grid. So there is a need and they are applying their needs and the technology is meeting some of their needs at this point. I know she said they're going to develop it further. Gail asked about cell salts. Yes, CELL, correct. The kind of salts that are in your body, I think there are 12, but 6 have not really been opened up, Mr. Kesh said yet. We know about 6 of them, but the other 6 haven't really been opened up. But thank you very much, Ed, for sharing that. You said the vision for the future. Raphael, would you like to make any comments before I ask Ed something? He may not be able to speak at this point, but you said you did have a clip from Mr. Kesh regarding the future vision in a way and from the last workshop.
Yes, I'm trying to pull it up on this new
Okay.
computer.
While you're
Here.
looking for that, let me play one question from that workshop that I thought was important as well, even though they're all beautiful questions, and I wanted to include Armin here, but I think we'll have to just play the first question, and then we'll go back to you, Ed, for the remainder of it. Let me get the screen back up. I will take the share the screen again. And then we will go to, not this one. I'll move a couple things here. I think this is the one we're going to take here. Yes, it's the first question after the break in the 392nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop, where there's a question asked and Mr. Kesh gives a beautiful answer of how we can use more of our emotions to do many things, like absorbing energies from the universe.
Okay, we are back again with the 392nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, August 5th, 2021. Mr. Kesh, would you like to continue with questions on the second half?
As usual, yes, please, if there are any left.
Okay, I'll remind our attendees here in the Zoom live meeting that you can raise your virtual hands and we can acknowledge you to open your microphone. We do have a couple of questions. We have one from God's Eye View in YouTube who says, and this question they asked before apparently, if our bodies are the perfect Magrav systems, why are we not being taught how to use our bodies in conjunction with our emotions to get the desired results?
Repeat.
Okay, I'll try that again. If our bodies are the perfect Magrav systems, why are we not being taught how to use our bodies in conjunction with our emotions to get the desired results?
We do it every day. We do it short term or long term, but we never want to confirm it.
To reduce
We
or
get
find a way
breast
that we
cancer
all
because of the
balance
emotion of
across
the
planet
mother.
cover.
We get prostate cancer because emotion of the child. We get.
We have one from God's Eye View in YouTube who says, and this question they asked before apparently, if our bodies are the perfect Magrav systems, why are we not being taught how to use our bodies in conjunction with our emotions to get the desired results?
Repeat.
Okay, I'll try that again. If our bodies are the perfect Magrav systems, why are we not being taught how to use our bodies in conjunction with our emotions to get the desired results?
We do it every day. We do it short term or long term, but we never want to confirm it. We get a breast cancer because of the emotion of the mother. We get prostate cancer because emotion of the child. We get joy and happiness and laugh because of our emotion of understanding something suits us, we do it all the time. It's just that how we see it. If you bring the emotion of the hunger into the fields emotion of the universe, you'll be fed by the universe. You don't need to eat. But how do you do that? You have to learn. And we have to learn how our body reacts to different gravitational field forces and inertial field forces in conjunction with our environment and in conjunction with our gans of the body of ourselves. The inertia of the matter state creates a matter, which is on this planet, reference point of around 54 to 56, what we call 58 even, what we call iron. In the liquid state is between 14 and 18, which is around oxygen. In the gaseous level, we work around about 14 to 12. But we still consider it, because of the moisture in the air, more like the oxygen, the liquid. And if we can create such a non-inertia or just below inertia level to conversion to matter state, we can absorb every energy we need from the environment of our planet. This is why we have the air flow and the field strength of the earth. In some cases, in the atmospheric condition, hydrogen plays the inertial level. But that is universal common denominator inertial mass. But on Earth, in some points, hydrogen plays the inertial mass for conversion of energy to mass. And then you have to understand what is the strength of your emotion, what's the common denominator of emotion of the man. And that sits around the high level because it's a field only, there is no matter state to it, so it goes above iron, because it needs to be loaded on iron base field strength, which is blood, which first common denominator energy level of it becomes to be zinc. If you have common denominator base of copper, you get emotion of the muscles, but emotion of the feelings goes to zinc. Then you can absorb energies through emotion. Any other question?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kesh. There's a question in the Q&A from Salamia, who asks, what is the fundamental difference between inertia and gravity, taking into consideration that the inertia of the environment is the soul of God, the creator. Thank you.
There is a thing, especially Salamia. Can you please stop posting links which are not reviewed by the Keshe Foundation and putting people through it? Do not post links which are not reviewed by the Keshe Foundation because they can bring our website down or other legal matters. We block people who start doing this because we do not need this kind of inputs on the Keshe Foundation background, please. The difference
And I was just going to add, this applies to all of us.
between gravity and inertia is a lot. The gravity we know is the gravitational field of the Earth because we are connected through it through our amino acid. The gravitational field forces of solar system man has not understood yet. Then we have the gravitational field forces of the galaxy. Is different than what we think is once the man starts understanding this knowledge. And it has an order of magnitude to the speed of what we call universal field forces. And in order of magnitude is thousands of times larger than the speed of light. So when you speak about gravity, you have to indicate the periphery, where gravity of the position. And then the inertia comes into position in respect to that gravity, where the field forces allow the conversion of the energy to matter state. If you understand the work of the inertia and understand how it applies, then you will understand how you can move from energy to mass and the mass to energy. It's a two-legged bird, I call it. It is part of the structure of the understanding between different dimensions. You can use the what we call plasmatic inertia of Earth, and not it's primarily it's magnetical, but it's inertia strength of it, and transfer the totality of one object from to another in the matter state. In the coming time, in what we call transmutation systems of the plasma, we will teach this. You don't want a stone or a suit on Earth to arrive on the moon and have a different dimension. You want to transfer exactly the same thing and receive exactly the same thing on the other side. You transmute it or transport it through the field of the soul of the stone or the clothing, or in the matter state inertia of it. But would it still have the same effect on the moon? If I send a 1 kilo hammer out of here, would it be still having 1 kilo hammer on the moon? But in the matter state. But for example, when I send the hammer, the gravitational magnetic field of the moon is different, the hammer appears as a dust. But I still want to carry it that there will manifest itself as a hammer. There's a lot to learn about transmutation and transportation of the field, the dimension of gravity or inertia. Gradually we open it. There is a link, there is an infinity loop link between the two. I hope I made it very clear. In so many ways, you can do in the future. Processes will teach you how. If you get the plasma of matter state, or what you call it, plasma state, like Earth gravitational magnetic field, and then you get the inertia and or what I call gravitational magnetic field of the inertia of the entity. There is somewhere in a strength field which you can match these and convert one or connect one into that. And then you can convert the inertia into the parameters of a higher level, what I call orders into manifestation of the field transfer energy. Which in fact, what you'll get is what we call the manifestation of the matter state at this point. Not at a point of the inertial gravitational field forces of the planet. If you can lock this, you can manifest it anywhere, because you can imprint it at any point, just add it on. It's a specific knowledge, a specific way of doing it. And you can return back to or add. So in a way, you can transfer your physicality to the soul and the soul back to physicality. But then you have to understand, you're dealing with the plasma energy inertia and not matter state inertia. Any other question?
Thank you, Mr. Cash, for enlightening us. And he said he hopes he made it easy for us to understand, but at the same time, later on, he said here in this clip also that we haven't taught you everything yet, and that there's many more books to be opened, and we're being brought along rather gradually.
It's very
So,
easy, you know it.
my soul, yes, our souls do understand this completely. But we just have to bridge this between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man.
We brought it in the teaching, my dear.
Oh, okay. I'm glad those who understand it, understand it. Would you like to add?
No,
more?
no. Come tomorrow to the teaching.
Of course. Of course we will. And of course, the teaching tomorrow will be at 7:30 a.m. CEST for all those students who can join in the private classes. It may be early for some, but it may be a little later for others. But there's still more books to open up. As Mr. Kesh said, he's bringing us along rather gradually.
I remember, Mark. For those who want to really understand these two questions, it is the 288 knowledge seeker workshop. I think you remember, Mark, we brought
you.
this teaching in the last, not this workshop, before.
I don't remember everything specifically. As we know, Mr. Kesh goes from A to Z in these workshops, and he must cover 50 or 70 different topics and then to unravel them. But yes, we're approaching it, and our soul understands it completely. It's just to get the two, as we're saying, the two souls to start working more closely together. And we can go from energy to matter and matter to energy. Or as he said, light to matter, matter to light, and then back to matter again. So there's so many beautiful teachings that men on this planet have sought and strived to understand, and Mr. Kesh is laying it plainly on the table for all of us to take advantage of. Some people will achieve it quicker than others.
And don't forget, I am in vacation.
Okay. What does this mean? Hopefully, we're going to all see more leisure time in the very near future, as Mr. Kesh has also brought this subject up, that as we learn many more of these technologies, we'll have much more time for leisure, especially if you don't have to do dishes or clean your catchment base or call the vet for your chickens. We're taking this all in our own hands as we learn more about this technology. It's freeing the man. And hopefully the governments will come along very soon if they're not already on board. I think there are a few already on board in the background, just waiting to come forward. But I think the foundation has some very large interests that want to assist their population. Anyone else would like to add anything? Of course, we know today is Sunday, and Sunday is the spraying of the Dome of Peace. And let's have Mr. Kesh read it, since he was reading it in the last One Planet, One Nation, One Race. And then we can share something on that. So yes, any private students, please join Jalal's class or our class and become more enlightened and give you more knowledge to share.
Read this, Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. He said he didn't know the guy. But thank you for reading that for us. And thank you for instructing us that we can raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful, permanent condition. And if anyone would like to share anything regarding that today, feel free. I used a leader this morning, and I went to a different part of the city and I just sprayed. It seemed like it lasted longer than usual. I don't know why, but I was spraying it and just spreading the Gans waters to create a peaceful condition for the soul of this planet, as well as the inhabitants on top of the planet. And then I came back and I took a bath, as I said earlier in another meeting. And I added 3 liters of the cup 1, and I also had the GAN soap there. And so therefore we released even more of the plasma water into the environment. And this creates, as we know, the plasma knows where to go and what to do when it gets there. So just continue rinsing your GANs, using the soap, taking baths, spraying, and we will eventually, all these domes are going to link up. I don't know if there's a special time or there's another key to it. But as we know, the plasma will link up. Is there anyone who'd like to share anything about that? I know in Mexico, they have a gathering usually on Sunday. Is there anyone who'd like to share anything from that? It's much better than going to church. Let's put it that way.
Mark, hi, it's Dean here. I can share something that, so Liliana has like a small little, she calls it a meditation, but all the people come together to spread the plasma waters. Yeah. And there's lots of people from the Spanish community that come from all over the world and come together. And again, there was a meeting today at 6 p.m. CET time. And it was wonderful. I was only in for a very brief moment this time. But the very moment that you open your camera and you go to spray the Peace Dome with some intentions, around here where I am at the moment, it was a very grey day. It was very grey, and there was even thunder in the sky, and there were very dark clouds. But the moment I opened the camera and started to spray and speak about the Peace Dome, a big blue patch of open sky came all over around the top of where I was spraying. And this has happened 2 weeks in a row now.
I was going to say, again?
Again. So it's happening on a regular occurrence at the moment. And it's a very special thing. You can feel it. It's like in this moment, I can feel there's like it's been a grey day again, as I said, and all of a sudden the sun's now suddenly gone golden in the sky. I can't actually see it, but I can see the goldenness around me at the moment, around the buildings. You suddenly got to that point. So it's obviously the usual thing with the sun and the earth and the plasma and beings and being GANs in motion ourselves, that when you actually connect with the creation, you give back to the creation, and you spread the Peace Dome with intention to give back and to create this condition that Mr. Kesh and all the knowledge seekers bringing forward of spreading this plasma, this emotion, this connection to everything, to ourselves and everything that's in creation. And Liliana and somebody was speaking today about there being just one drop, and it's one drop, and one drop is a universe in itself, and then that universe connects with all the other universes. And with this plasma water, the dome is definitely spreading and connecting all across the planet, and it will do more and more and more. And when you think of the position that we find ourselves in now, with what's happened with Mr. Kesh and the Iranian situation, and the fact that we now have a new condition where the environment that we're in is about to and has changed. The whole condition on the planet is now gone to taken a new position that hopefully will bring forward this Peace Dome to many beings all across the planet, and it's an incredible and privileged honour to be part of it. And as I said, it's a very special moment. The moment you actually become part of it and actually just spreads your cup 1 and 2, or cup 1, I should say, and or some CO2, whatever you have, and just spread it into the atmosphere, and you're creating this dome and you're connecting with all the souls that are present, and that is a beautiful thing. And we all know that we need peace more than anything else on this beautiful blue planet. So thank you, Mark. Thank you all for listening. Thank you.
Dean, do you think the GANs you sprayed last year, if you did it last year or earlier this year, is still in effect? Or does it sort of deplete itself? I have yeah, go ahead.
No, but I have the idea maybe it can deplete, but if the truth is known, you are the GANs. So I don't know whether I should say this, but you can initiate any plasma with a thought and an intention. The GANs is a beautiful tool brought forward, and we know the beauty it has, but you're a walking GANs. So with the intention and the thought, you could spread this once you connect in the right way with one drop of any water. But that is for us to understand and learn over a period of time. But the tool was brought forward as in the GANs, but as I said, you have that capability within inside yourself to initiate the plasma through yourselves, because that's what you really are. That's the beauty of you that's within you and always has been. And this awakening to this situation is becoming more and more apparent for all of us that have been introduced to the beauty of the plasma.
Good answer.
Yes,
Thank you, John.
I see that as little suns, and they continue to work, especially through our intentions and our emotions as well. But as Dean said, you're the actual unit that can do this without the spraying of the water and so on and so forth. But it's a beautiful way to connect and to get everybody to connect and to have a point of conversation. If you meet someone else, I always wonder when someone's going to ask me what I'm doing, but so far I'm doing it from the car. So not too many people have actually seen me and asked me what I'm doing. None, as a matter of fact. But I know what I'm doing and I know what it's going to bring. And
I think, Mark, we all tend to, when we do this, we all tend to go into our environment that's very close to us and spread these waters. And sometimes I've seen other people, other knowledge seekers that walked into the middle of towns and cities and done it in a more, a stronger position and very boldly walking around spreading the waters. But even then, I didn't see anybody really challenge them or come up to say, "What are you doing?" They didn't show this on the video. So I think it's such an unusual thing that people just think you're, they don't really know what you're doing. But I sense that they feel as a soul that there's a connection to it. And that's why there's no real animosity or any, people just accept. Because of all the situation we've had with the viruses and things in the present moments, people just have come to accept that it's maybe something to do with this. So yeah, I think the more of us get braver and we go out into the middle of places that where people could actually see us do it.
Why don't you add the wish for that?
Thank you, Jalal. Yeah, that's a great thing. So we'll make the wish for that now, that we go out into the middle and people start to initiate with us and want to ask the question, why are you doing this? What does it do? So I wish that. Thank you, Jalal. That's a great thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jalal.
that's what I was thinking as well. Is the soul of the planet really feeling what I'm doing? But then I'm thinking it's part of the crust. So whether it's sprayed on its creation, the plants or the shrubs or the grass or wherever you spray it on the trees, it's feeling that somehow. We're sort of tickling or elevating the soul of this planet, unbeknownst, you can't really see it in the matter state, but you know what you're doing and what your intentions are and what the goal is. And I was just thinking, gee, does the soul actually sort of sense it as soon as you spray it? And I was thinking, yes, it does, because it's all connected. And so you're sort of elevating the soul, but tickling it at the same time. I'm sure it sort of feels lovely about it, that the inhabitants, its creation, is actually feeding back into the soul of the planet.
When we gonna start using the universal cup cans? I wonder.
Well,
do you have yours yet? Jalal, have you made your cup yet?
I am preparing some things here.
You're preparing. Well done.
Well,
Funny enough, Jalal, just so I quickly say that, I don't know if I can say this, I moved one of the 3 stacker units today, and I had to move it. So I took all the waters from each of the of each of the cups and put them all into one bucket and put all 5 of them in. And there would have been some amino acids and stuff in there as well. And that sat down in the basement at the moment. And I will be using this for something. I will initiate that GANs, that plasma into something. I will use the beauty of its of the plasma.
You can use the knowledge which Mr. Cash brought last workshop to make your cup.
Yes, Jalal?
Yes.
Yeah, he's adding to it by the week. I think he's showing us a few more things week by week that we're totally not aware of, as he said. And he showed the example of the parachutes and other things with different materials and the hot glue and isolating fields or enhancing fields. So there's a lot of the books, as I said, to be opened up. But we're trying. And we,
Mark, can I just say something quickly?
Yes.
Just one last thing.
no,
So Mr.
take
Kesh
as much
did-
time as you need, Dean.
It's okay. So Mr. Kesh did say that to be extremely, not extreme, his words, I can't remember his exact words, but he did say your intentions have to be pure and you have to be ready to make this cup. And so you have to have total commitment to it with the right intentions. And so when the emotion and the moment is correct, then I shall do. And when I feel the fields in the right manner, when I am in a condition where it feels correct for me, and the moment is there, as I said, I shall do. And I listen to what Mr. Kess says very carefully, and I think for each and every one of us, that moment has to be the moment that is right for you. Thanks, Mark.
Yes, thank you, Dean. And thank you, Jalal. Yes, I think there's a couple ways to approach it, at least. I'm seeing it as interaction of fields without any salt water, but at the same time, and that would create a soul, but at the same time, using the salt water, you're creating the GANs and the matter state more. So I think we're going to learn more about each one of those dimensions, using emotions and sensing with emotions, feeling what it feels like. As he said, when you take one part of it out, things change within this. And I have mine sort of set up in the basement, just hanging by strings. I haven't gotten the iron for the connection for the gravity of the planet yet, but everything else is in place. And then I'm going to make some modifications. I put a chair in the middle between the nano-coated zinc coil and the nano-coated copper, and that's where my head is sitting, because I'm thinking of the universal unit, the box of universe, the cup of universe. And so I think they're all connected. As he showed us, he was just working with the fields in the box and working with the fields in the universal unit. So I'm just thinking there's a couple different dimensions that we can learn more about. One of the things Mr. Kesh said in the last workshop that none of us have tried was, I think it was the nano-coated spiral of zinc and the nano-coated galvanized coil. And so that's one thing I'm going to try. But also I'm going to make a larger cup. And like I said, the reason for the chair and the plates hanging sort of suspended in air is to work with my salts and my GANs of my body, and just to see what happens. It's only testing, and we're just sort of playing in a way and see what we discover. And we may discover things that we're not aware of at this point, and we'll see. So I think I'm going to go both ways.
You know, there is a point we say, do it before you say it. It's better.
Okay.
You understand what I mean?
Hi, Jalal. How are you?
Hi, Salome. Thank you.
I didn't see you in our teaching anymore. You are in holidays?
Yes, I am in vacation, some sort of
Yes, we are
vacation.
missing you.
I know I always with you guys.
Yes. And concerning the answer from Mr. Kesh, if you'd like to know more, is chapter 6 from the book 1. There we can see the fundamental difference between gravity and inertia. We studied yesterday this, the same fragment, the same part, and I asked our Romanian community to read chapter 6, and next time we will study. And I would like a little bit to clarify, because I don't like confusions. I like, I'm an artist, but also I like fixed sciences. And I'm fixed when I am speaking. I like to clarify everything. So usually I post some poetry, which are creation of my soul in connection with the soul of the creator, and especially with Mitra, because I'm in love with Mitra. She is a creator of our life, and as a woman, she's like my mother. I feel her like a mother. And sometimes I post something starting from my soul, like my wishes for the planet, for peace, unity, understanding, and so on. So I don't know that this is needed to be revised by the foundation. And I start to teach. Maybe is about this, because now I teach 11 lessons till now, and I will be happy if somebody will help me, that the foundation will revise and will check this, because I don't have any direct link with the foundation. I even don't know who is in charge with education from the foundation. And I will be happy to send and to be revised and so on. But I teach in Romanian, because my fellow, they are not all able to understand English. And that's why I said is my noble mission to translate from them the teaching from Jalal, the teaching from Mr. Kesh, from Mr. Alex, and other fellow. And I am spoiled because I can understand other languages, and they are frustrated because they are not able to understand. So I have to share my knowledge with them as a good sister of them. And they are happy now with me. They love me. I love them. And maybe together with Jalal, with Mr. Alex, and especially with Mr. Kesh, we can help this community to evolve and bring to humanity something useful. They want to be pragmatical. Myself, I'm involved in peace creation and unity, and I'm not so practical and so technical, but they are different from me. And myself, I can help them on this direction. I can help by teaching what Mr. Alex, Jalal, Mr. Kesh did since I came with you on this group. So I clarify from my side And I would like to have a feedback maybe from Mr. Kesh later on. And I apologize if I sent to you something and I disturbed you. It was not my intention. I send my wishes, and I'd like you to gather my wishes and to be like a star formation together, and the wish will become reality if we will be together many people. This was my pure intention, and my pure intention is to help my Romanian community and international community with my knowledge and with my skills, if it's needed. If
It's needed.
Yes.
It is needed. And as Mr. Kesh said, the knowledge he's delivering is so deep and so profound. As he said with the Cup of Universe, there's billions of positions and billions of applications. So we need to bring in the governments. We need to bring in the universities. In addition to the knowledge seekers, we need to bring in the different space programs, because there's so much knowledge to unwind here. One knowledge seeker would take way more than a lifetime even to start. If there's billions of positions and applications on just the one cup, it would take us lifetimes to unravel it all. So we're all going to be working together on this, hopefully, from the governments to the foundation, to the knowledge seekers, to the universities, and anyone else who wants to participate. So this is how big this knowledge is.
Thank you, Mr. Mark Anderson. He's lovely. And I would like to help but I don't know yet how, to put this knowledge in a curriculum in educational system from Romania, starting from the kindergarten and so on. Because it's needed to.
It's already being done in Tehran. There's a whole performa that's going to be put out, and I'm sure it'll be translated right directly from these new computers, not the GANT's computers, but from the computers that can speak in multiple languages at the same time and deliver to each language community what they need to hear. And hopefully they work very well. So there's a lot of work we've done, and there's a lot more to do. But it's not really work, it's knowledge, and it's gaining understanding of the entire universe. So when you work with the plasma, it's much easier than working in the matter state. And of course, there's no tests and no diplomas, so we're all on an equal footing. And as he continues to stress, this is the individual interaction with this knowledge, becoming self-aware of the soul, and becoming aware of the knowledge and how it interacts with you, and you interact with your soul. So there's many different ways that people see this knowledge, and no one's right and no one's wrong. Unless you're in Jalal's class, then everybody's wrong. But he's only saying that just so you won't be afraid to bring up the subject, I think. Is that right, Jalal?
And finally, I have a question for Jalal. I have seen your teaching for Brazilian team last time, and my Romanian community is not very clear about the sign and the sense, because the sign, this negative and positive, plus and minus, it's only the sense, is the polarity, entrance of the or absorption and repulsion of energy, emission and absorption of the energy, the direction, the sense. And if you can clarify about gravitational and magnetic, and utilizing the the cup number 1, just to clarify a little bit, if you can do it, and after I can ask you if I didn't understand. Are you?
I'm not, maybe we can save this for the question and answer time. Could we?
Maybe, okay.
I didn't see
Maybe
Joao
he's not
open
here
his.
because he's in holidays.
Yeah, no, he's here.
Yes.
If he's not physically here, he's here on the soul level, but he is in the list. Maybe we can save that for after Alex teaches, and Mr. Kesh will be here and may also add to it. Ed, I see your mic is open. Is there something else? Thank you, Salamia.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please bring that question up again after Alex finishes. And we'll try to open it up. Is there anything you wanted to add, Ed? I noticed your mic.
No, I didn't realize I had it open. I was just waiting to see if you still wanted me to share.
Yeah, Alex is gonna quit us if we don't go over to Alex very shortly. He's
No, I
probably
agree.
waiting in the wings here, and it is, we've kept him waiting. So let's
We're
go to
getting-
Alex if we can. Salamia, hold that question for later. And probably Mr. Kesh will rejoin us again. And we'll see if Jalal can respond to you, as well as any of the other knowledge seekers. Well, I think it's time for you, Alex, to come in. I don't know if you're set up and ready, but let's find out.
I am set up and ready, and thank you so much. It was a great start to the meeting today. Do you have the disclaimer queued up?
Yes, let me play that. Can you see the disclaimer on the screen?
I'm going to stop sharing.
Okay, then I need to share the screen. Okay, let me just share this. Here we go. Here we go. Let me adjust the, oops, let me adjust the volume. This, it seems to come in a little bit overbearing. And then we'll go right to you, Alex.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Okay, Alex, we want to welcome Alex Skoric, and he will be bringing us, I'm not exactly sure what it is, but it's in relation to the plasma science and his continued teachings, and we thank him so much for being present and keeping the boat in the right side up, let's say.
Okay.
So thank you, Alex, for being here and being a stable teacher for us. So thank you.
Oh my God, that's thank you so much. Yes, welcome everybody. This is the North American Corona team meeting on Sunday, another beautiful day in the universe. We are joining the teachings of the Kesh Foundation, adding to, trying to add to the teachings of Marin Devakol Kesh, is the father of the modern plasma science. And we're bringing together many languages around the world, and we're hoping to be able to add more badges to this plate here. We did start off this teaching at the impetus of the very, very strong Brazilian team. They've gone through a lot of turmoil, a lot of determination to make this happen. And we have extended this through the Italian team, and we're seeing the fruits of the labor there. And I will have some comments about the Spanish team. We're in the middle of the sessions there. And before I get into those comments, I would like to introduce everybody to, this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute presentation on plasma science. And yes, we're going to go into advanced understanding. Today's subject is Stacker. And my name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is August the 8th, 2021. And this is a presentation of the Keshe Foundation North American Plasma Education Series. And so obviously that includes the great countries of Canada, US, and Mexico, among others. And we know that we have a very strong Spanish community listening in here. As I said, we started off with the basic teaching. Terminology was very, very important. And as we can see, this remains of great concern, because we, as large as the Keshe Foundation is, it's still small in comparison to the number of people who haven't learned. And so we may be in a process where we keep spinning our wheels as we try and get new knowledge seekers on board here. So we need to welcome the new knowledge seekers. We need to reinforce the mature knowledge seekers. And we need to lay a path, the yellow brick road, so to speak, for the teachers that are coming, and we need new teachers. And they need to not only understand the terminology and, of course, use it in its proper context, but you have to have this depth of understanding to be able to teach. And this is one of the burdens of being a teacher. You really have to know what you're talking about, and that's very difficult when you're into new territory. And so we went in from the basic teaching to intermediate teaching, advanced teaching, and what I need to say is that all of that was really just basic teaching, because basically people wanted to have basic knowledge of the cups of life, because we're in the middle of a pandemic, and that's the number one thing. You know, we say if what's important is not important, then really nothing's important. And so we're in a life and death situation. But we need to move on, because as we build on the knowledge, we get into the basic understanding. And so we brought other context in, and we try and advance into intermediate understanding. And so we brought in some very important topics, I think: divergence, convergence, conversion, inertia. We're talking a lot about inertia now. And of course, we're going through transfer states through various dimensions. And we understand the link up with the GANs of oxygen. We talked about that last week. So I think it's very appropriate that we get into advanced understanding. So we introduced this class today with the Knowledge Seekers Workshop as of last Thursday. And we heard a snippet of it this morning. And that is advanced knowledge. We are nowhere near that in what we're going to be talking about here. We want to be able to move ahead, to understand there are some serious differences. And this is where I would like to comment on the Spanish community. We had an epiphany about 2 weeks ago, and we have this conflict where we're having difficulty understanding the difference between the plasma reality and the physical reality. And this continues, and it's reasonable for it to continue, because all of us have been educated in the physical reality. But there's a way and means of determining the difference. And there's a way and means of determining which state you're in and you're understanding which state you're in. Now, that sounds kind of confusing. Yeah, it is. And it doesn't help when people start to use the wrong terminology in the wrong context. And so I think we've done all a great job in correcting that. The thing is that there are schools of thought that have said as much as they could within certain confines. And so it's put restrictions on the way we discuss things. And then sometimes we have to be a little bit, what I like to say, you have to walk a crooked road to go a straight mile. But we get there nevertheless. And so we need to move ahead in this advanced understanding so that we can see the difference, clearly the difference. And that's my hope in these next few weeks, to be able to discern the difference between the physical reality and the plasma reality. I'm sorry to be rambling on, but I think one of the things you've noticed is that I've been purposely avoiding the completion of the stacker unit, even though we introduced it a long time ago. And the main reason is because completing the stacker unit actually completes the link between the plasma and the physics. I'm talking about the plasma reality and the physical reality. And we need to review this because we're not really understanding our physical reality. This is a problem. So the stacker unit is one of the ways to do that. And you can see some of the other subjects that we're looking to get involved with. So the key word is link. And well, what do we want to link? So there are various geometries and various dimensions, and each of these dimensions have various geometries. So some we can see and some we can't see, and some we can understand and some we can't understand. And so this is the whole part of the knowledge. I'm stating the obvious, I understand that. But the thing is, as Mr. Kesh pointed out on Thursday, the words and meanings as they relate to on this planet change with respect to going into different dimensions. So it's very important to understand these rules. So the basic rules are there's a magnetical and gravitational force, and this is a representation of energy in motion. So the energy being always positive, you cannot have nothing. Something is always something. So the energy is always positive. So understanding which direction it's going, we identify that as a charge. So that's where the positivity and the negativity comes in. And this is all part of the natural science. So we've had an opportunity for many years now to learn about the nanostate and the GAN state. And we understand that the energy that is imbued with these various states is increasing by orders of magnitude. And today, we're actually going to be decreasing by orders of magnitude. So yeah, it's a two-way street, you see. So the susceptibility is what's in question. So the susceptibility to what? The susceptibility between different geometries, the susceptibility between different dimensions, the susceptibility between plasmatic reality and physical reality. And then how fast do we travel? And the travel between what? Between these different energy states. And this is what we refer to as the dynamism. And the field strength and interaction of this dynamism is determined by the gradient, and we can alter that. So things can become more susceptible, but things can also become less susceptible. And like any good musician or any good artist, once you're given the tools, you paint the picture. And the picture starts with the universal order of creation. And so what this is important for us is that for the first time, scientists have the ability to not only explain the universal order of creation, but understand the creation of matter. And this is a good thing because it lends a purpose to our lives. Do we need to lend a purpose to our lives? That would imply that our lives are purposeless. Many of us, unfortunately, believe that because we have no other alternative. But you see, if there is a fixation in one point and an opportunity at another point, then there has to be a link between the two. And what is the structure of that link? And it turns out to be light. Light is the link, and the structure of light is part of what we talk about in book number 2. And we can do that in all dimensions. So this becomes really important because somehow, some way, the universe originated, and from there, things happened. And there was a sequence, it's a natural sequence. So when you look at a particular point in that sequence, you don't get to see the whole picture. And we've done that as scientists over the years. We've seen the individual points and we've extrapolated from those points. So there is no a real way to extrapolate from a point. And the reason being is that the past doesn't dictate the future. The past transfers to the future in the absence of an action. So the pattern of the past does not have to be translated into the pattern of the future. And so the way our our viewpoint with respect to the pandemic needs to be transferred from hopelessness to hopefulness. And that's what we're doing. That is the business, because the universe was created, and how the universe was created is it exists from energy. But this energy is always in motion, and that's what we say. So which way is it going? And that's the charge. And so when you look at the picture on book number 1, you see that there is a aggregation of 3 matters: matter, antimatter, and dark matter. On the picture on the right, you see an aggregation of 2 fields, both of which were constructed from matter, antimatter, and dark matter. And we are deciding to change those terms as well. And there's an infinity loop, and we're looking to understand that even more clearly. So to review in simple terms, there is a principal matter, and these are the PM ticks that are traveling through the universe, and they aggregate together into a force field. That force field is determined by an interaction. So the principal matter component of this force field interaction is the origin of the creation. So the energy is flowing, comes into a form of creation, matures into a Maggrav condition. This is the essence of creation. So now your point of view comes into play. And when were you given that responsibility? You've always had that responsibility. So we're seeing a flaw in our education system where the responsibility is being shirked. And why is the responsibility being shirked? Because in many cases, the blame is associated with that. So we get into the blame game. That's not how we need to progress. That's not how the universe works. The universe works with the bringing together and the convergence of forces. So these forces are ubiquitous in the universe. There are energy packs traveling all over the place. This energy is diverging all through the universe and is coming together into these force fields. And these force fields, we're going to change their name. The antimatter is the principal matter, the dark matter is the transition matter, and the matter is the convergence matter. And they converge together into a plasma field. And there's a conversion that goes through this plasma field. We don't know what this conversion is, but it is a balance between the magnetical and gravitational fields, hence it's called a maggrav. And if we take that plasma field and interact with a lower field strength, that field interaction is inertia. The field strength interaction that we're most interested in is our physicality. We have a unique opportunity. Last week, we discussed the periodic table of elements, and that indicated density. And then we're looking for a table of molecules. We don't have that yet. But if you put elements together to become molecules, then they should be more dense. But what we need is a table of molecular elements. In other words, plasmatic elements, a table of GANs. And we know that the GANs is less dense. So the difference between the plasma density and the physical density is significant. And it is so significant that we can't hang on to this molecular binding. We have different elements. And so this is a unique characteristic of the physical reality. And now it is created as basically, as we've discussed in the new atomic math, the neutron has the mass and is the part of the elemental structure. And in order to create a structure, there's a breakup between the proton and the electron. And the proton mass and the electron mass constitute part and parcel of the neutron mass. And what we've been missing, and where the science has been kind of coming to a dead end, if you will, is that we've been missing the mass of the PM ticks, which is the energy that's always in motion. And we're also missing the total mass of the substructure, which is the matter, antimatter, and dark matter. And so if we add all of these masses together, this is the totality. And this totality is all the energy levels that come together, and the susceptibility coming together is based on the balance of positioning. So in a diagram, when we look at our reality and to understand our reality, and why book number 1 is not book number 3, but book number 1 is because we've been looking at our reality from a physical point of view. So in our physical point of view is actually a form of nuclear decay. And so when the neutron breaks down into electron and a proton, and the residue is the PM tick. So this is part of the decaying process. And this is a good thing, because we tend to make a lot of mess on this planet, and we don't do enough to clean it up. We don't clean up after ourselves. So Mother Nature is taking care of business for us. Where our incompetence leaves off, Mother Nature's competence picks up. We see comparisons in various structures throughout the universe. And so we talked about various body-centered tetrahedrons. We see similarities to these structures. The organs of our body, the way they're structured and related in our bodies, that's something that we can see. The endocrine system, separate system. Then we get into gaseous systems like methane. We find that is carbon and with 4 hydrogens. But it's different from the Earth's crust, which is a silicon with 4 oxygens. And then we have ammonia, which is highly alkaline, and it is a nitrogen with 4 hydrogens. And then we have hemoglobin, which is blood, and that's what we're going to talk about today. Not as much as we will continue with that next week as well, but today is a grounding. And I'm using that word because it's a grounding is iron with 4 oxygens. It's a oversimplification of the hemoglobin. So for all the medical students, and don't jump on me all over that, because I want to run to the comparison with the vertical people, and their hemoglobin-like structure is chlorophyll, which is magnesium with 4 nitrogens. Still a star formation. And of course, the energy that's in motion is part of the phosphate reactions, which are phosphorus with 4 oxygens. These are all body-centered tetrahedrons. They are in fact Magrav reactors. And as they grow, they become face-centered tetrahedrons. And we've already discussed that, the difference between body-centered and face-centered, but to understand the more reaction points you have, the more reactivity you have, the more energy points that you have. So we look at the basic elemental structure in terms of our physicality, and those amino acids, but the amino acids are a combination of 4 separate elements, which for simplicity we call the cone structure, COHN, carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen, and they form a tetrahedron, or more closely a star formation. And the reason a star formation is different from a tetrahedron is because there's a gravitational base and a magnetical point. And in between, you have a dynamic plasmatic reaction. And so when we look at the body-centered tetrahedrons, and today I'm going to talk about the hemoglobin, which is basically your iron with 4 oxygens around. So the oxygens are all equal, and they are in the 4 points of a tetrahedron, and the iron is a plasmatic reaction in the middle. So this is a very key point, because we know how iron supplementation can really help an aquatic system. And for some people, that the best way to supplement the aquatic system would be then to throw some wire pads into the water to supplement the iron. So we have to understand that there's a huge difference between the physical iron and the plasmatic iron. And so we're still at the point where we're trying to differentiate the terminology that we're talking about. And so we are looking forward to introducing a new type of nomenclature where we can identify, is it a physical iron or a plasmatic iron? And we started to see that with the universal cup. And so hopefully what we're going to be having a lesson on that, to see if we can come up with a convention so that we can talk about this in a little bit better manner. The basic convention that we do have, however, is the periodic table of elements. And what is interesting, I say interesting, so, is that all of these elements are part of us. We are all of these elements. So it would be really basically inaccurate to say that, you know, we are only this and only that. You know, we are 75% water. Yeah, we'll get that. But we are also interacting with a whole bunch of other elements. And there's a reason for that. And that's because we're on this planet. So our physicality is interacting with the physicality of this planet. And what we've done is we've manifested reality through this periodic table of elements. And there's a central point here, and that's the iron. And the key point about the iron is that the iron is our anchor. It's how we're anchored on this planet. And so this is the anchorage point. And so what we find that everything that is below in terms of mass, and in this case, the iron is a mass of, well, proton mass, sorry, a proton mass of 26. So all the elements that are below that are part of the plasmatic state. And as we go into the higher elements, they go through different stages as well, but they become more dense. So when we try and identify them as elements, then they have to be in their most stable form. And as we get into the higher elements, that becomes more and more difficult. And this is where we get into the nuclear science. And this is where Mr. Kesh's expertise really starts to flourish. We have tried to realign these periodic table of elements. We've taken the two columns on the left and moved them on the right because we have a certain column in here, which are inert gases. So as gases, they are elements, but they are inert, which means they have a zero net charge. And there's a left-hand side, there's a right-hand side, and so there's a balance point in between. And this balance point seems to be the focal point. So let's just zero in. Before I zero in, I just want you to notice that on the one hand side, we have magnesium and calcium. So the calcium is something that is very important to humans, and the magnesium is something very important to the vertical people. We're the horizontal people, the plants are the vertical people. And then we see another link up with the copper and the zinc, which are very essential for both the physical and the emotional building. And so when we look closely at the periodic table of elements, I want to also draw your attention to the relationship of chlorine and sodium, the combination of which we call salt. So sodium chloride is salt. And as you can see, the magnetical gravitational relationship of the sodium chloride is on the opposite side of the inert gases. So could we say that, the left side is gravitational and the right side is magnetical? We'll carry on. So the point is, when two forces come together, they create a structure. And then more energy comes. And in order to maintain that, the structure has to grow. So we grow from the PM ticks into a three-dimensional structure, X, Y, and Z axis. And it's positive. We didn't say if it's physical or plasmatic. What we did say is that energy is bountiful, it's flowing everywhere. And the cost of going into a MAGRAV condition is a currency, and that currency is energy. So the currency in our society is money. When you make a transaction on our planet, in our society, the transaction currency is money. In science, in physics, in the universe, energy is a transaction currency. And it is basically a plasma field transaction currency. So the plasma field is energy as a plasma fuel. Well, does that also apply to the physicality? Yeah, you betcha, because we have a plasma state and we have a nanostate, a GAN state. These are all different energy states, and they all have a balanced field condition. And so what you're looking at here is the energy in motion throughout our planet. This is just a plasmatic representation of our planet. So we have an equator, we have the poles, and then we have the plasmatic field that goes around. And then we have the PM ticks that are coming. And this is the thing. It's like a generic description. PM ticks is like a car. You don't know what the brand is. You don't know what the color is. You don't know how fast it goes. Nanostates and GAN states, all kind of the same thing. Plasma states, kind of the same thing. So when we say MAGRAV, same thing. And so we have to understand that what we're talking about is generic things. So you take some seats, you take some glass, you take some rubber tires and a motor, and you could make a car. You never say the size of the motor, what is the glass made from, what are the rubber tires made from, and what does the car look like? And so this is the essence of creation. Forces that come together are like forces, and they keep coming together, and that's how they grow. And in order to keep these forces together, these fields have to rotate. So, you know, when we look at manufacturing, let's say on this planet in physicality, we bring the various components together. So, you know, you're not going to bring a truck tire to put on a car. So a car is going to want car tires, and a car is going to want car seats, and a car is going to want a car motor. So this is where the commonality comes in. But in the physical structure, we're taking something that is physical, adding something that is physical, and bolt it together with a force that is physical. So we're either going to weld that, or we're going to rivet it together, or screw it together, or clip it together, some kind of physical attachment. Well, in the universe, that attachment is a plasmatic binding. It's a plasmatic binding. And in order to retain that energy, because that energy is in motion, it has to be sent around in a rotating field. So that's the basis of the structure of the plasma. And then from there, it has to communicate with other energies. And so we call this a dynamic plasma interaction. And so there is an interaction point, there's a focal point for one plasma, and there's a focal point for another plasma. And it is these two focal points that interact. So fundamentally, we have a magnetical field and a gravitational field. We have to have both in order to create a MAGRAV condition. It is from this MAGRAV condition that you can do giving and taking. But we didn't say giving and taking to whom or from where. It's just energy in motion. And so to have this energy in motion, it has to go into a field in order to manifest. So we look at the structure of the electron, and because of the size of the electron, it is magnetical. And then we look at the size of the neutron, and because of its size, it is gravitational. And as I say, people have difficulty understanding the difference between an electron and a neutron. So by putting them together, I hope you can see clearly the difference here. The point being is that something is causing the difference here, and we're not seeing it. What we see in our physicality is, well, we'll see two things and they look the same, and somehow here are two circular magnets, and I put them on a towel and I scrunch the towel together, and then I release the magnets, and boom, they split apart. There was a force field that was acting on that. So as kids, we've always played with magnets. It's easy to understand. There's a magnetic force field of repulsion, but it didn't continue repelling. It stopped. At some point, it stopped. So we know that when we look at 2 points and how they're together, that there is a connection, and we call that repulsion, but it stopped, which means it was balanced off with a field of attraction. But that attraction was equal to the repulsion, and the distance between the two is the balance point. And so this is the essence of dimension building. And then we can build dimensions in any dimension. We can build dimensions in any dimension. Okay? And depending on the dimension that you're building these dimensions, you have certain geometries. So in our periodic table of elements, we have geometries. We have shapes, physical shapes that we can see of a rigid structure. But when we get into a plasma, it is not rigid. It is continually repositioning. However, fundamentally, to maintain a plasma field, you do have your x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis. And again, we didn't say how strong they are, and we didn't say where they are, and we didn't say which dimension they are. These are just planes by axes. So each plane is different. The x-axis is rotating, the y-axis goes through the poles, and then how big is large? I don't know, but whatever it is, it's a z-axis. But as we've seen, that is only half the picture. And the reason it's half the picture is because it's the easiest to understand, but that's not the way the world works. The world is working with plasma fields interacting. And when we have two fields that are of the same polarity, then they repel. So now we can understand that we can change the polarity by simply flipping things around. And we've now created a force field of attraction. And so when we look at a summary of the natural plasma terminology, we can extend from the axes and understand that there's a rotating field. This rotating field is transmission. The polarity is the y-axis. The polarity is transition because you're cutting across lines of transmission. And then you have field strength. This is your transmutation. But what we've been discussing in the last few classes is that there is a difference between the transformation of energy and I call it transportation. And the reason for it is because our bodies are our transportation mechanism on this planet. So in other words, there is a transformation of field strength that is a substructure to the physical transportation of our bodies. In other words, we're talking about two different transmutations. And all of these, the substructure, we call it plasma. That's what's at the core of the plasma, and that maintains a position. And then it will reposition by engaging another plasma, which we call interaction. That interaction is a dynamism, and it creates a dynamic plasma. I'm trying to repeat the teachings in different sequences so that the teachers become comfortable in explaining to the students, because all of this is dealing with energy and motion, and energy and motion always has a charge. And then it's easy for us to understand, well, relatively easy for us to understand our physicality. But, you know, if we don't get that right, it's hard for us to relate to the geometry of soul dimensions or the geometry of emotions. And it's the emotions which are part and parcel of the co-creation. So co-creation, well, so our souls are also part of the co-creation. So we find that it's a lot easier to transcend into higher energy levels where we can do co-creations. And when we get in, so these are different ranges that we're talking about. So we can transcend into higher ranges. And so when we put a map of, you know, our point of view or the Earth's point of view, and we understand that what we need to talk about is our point of view, because we're the students, this is our subject. So we are the gravitational souls. And what we have to understand is, how did we get this physicality? So there was a substructure that was transforming and converting into GANS state. And we are bags of GANS. And as we know, GANS has an affinity to the emotional context. So there's an emotional link between our souls and our physicality. And this is the conversion point. But this conversion point can be transmission or it can be transition. And the next level down is into the transportation into our environment. And within our environment, we can transport ourselves. So within our environment and within our physicality. And then we can do a lot of things in our physicality as well. These are all skills to learn. So when we first learned about the plasma science, we had to identify the different energy states and understand that there are different energy states and how they relate and how they interact. But fundamentally, what we discovered is we could have higher energy states. Well, you know, we've always had higher energy states because we are higher energy states. So this whole notion of wanting to transcend into higher energy states, we are higher energy states. The transcendence is the awareness that we are higher energy states. We're the dynamic principal matter, okay? But we're interacting with other states. And then we find that there is a bridge that we have to cross over to go from the non-tangible to the physical. And this is the motion from the gravitational to the magnetical. And so we found that that was what was inertia. And the inertia allowed us to do the transformation, but one transformation is into the capital M matter state, right? This is our physical, this is our plasmatic matter state. Then another form of inertia transforms us into our transportation vehicle, which is our capital M matter state, our body, and our body understanding with the other physical states, which we understand in the transferring of energy as heat and electricity. And the way we move things around is with our feet. And so we go through various ranges. But, you know, when we go, we have to understand it's in context with this planet. It could be in context with any other planet. Now we know the surface of the planet is round. And so when we drew the lines, the tangent lines, and then the perpendicular lines, and we find that there's a convergence. In other words, there's a convergence to the lower energy states. And it is our convergence. We are in a higher energy state, and we are converging into a lower energy state to marry to the lower energy state of the planet, which is created from a higher energy state of its plasmatic essence. So there's a blending of our energy conversion with the Earth's energy conversion. So this is where we are capable of having our transportation. And that transportation, we can transition to various ranges by going up and down. So we can go up over mountains and down the mountains and into the water and deep into the sea and up and over and from continent to continent. But when we do continent to continent, that's transmission. So we go along the ranges. So we have a choice. This is our basic dimension on this planet. And all of this is the basis of charges in motion. So now, you've heard all this before. You say, well, how is this part of the advanced understanding? The advanced understanding comes in understanding, are you in the physical reality or are you in the plasmatic reality? And, you know, double talk is all fine and dandy for entertainment. But this is not the way the universe operates. It's crystal clear. Energy is in motion, has a direction, it's negative or positive. The negative gives, the positive takes. And if it takes and gives from itself, that is binding. But if it takes and gives to something else, that is flowing. And so when we look at the principal interaction of energy, first of all, energy is always in motion. And second of all, it's a two-way street. And so when we look at the plasmatic representation of the Earth with its X, Y, and Z axis, in order to create the mag-rav condition, that energy has to be binding. But in order for it to exist, it has to exist in a relationship to another mag-rav condition. So whichever mag-rav condition you're looking at, has to position and reposition itself to another maggrav condition. And it is that energy that is flowing in between is also plasmatic interaction. And so this is how the universe is created. You have an origin of the universe, and then from there, there's a flowing of energy, and then it's created into more. So this is how life wants to live. This is the essence of the universal transfer of energy. And our little red tiny dot there in the small part of man's universe, that's our little tiny perfect world. And there's a reason why it's a tiny perfect world, is because we don't understand the definition of matter. We're so confused. So we're using the same words in different contexts. So hopefully we can correct this, but in the meantime, the convention is small m matter is the old science, capital M matter is the new science. But the fact of the matter is that matter is the manifestation of energy. And that manifestation is binding of the energy. The fact of binding is creation. So manifestation is creation. And it all comes from energy. So energy binding is creation. Okay, well, how binding is it? Well, in the physical state, it is the most binding. It is the least energized. It is the most dense. That's why you can touch it, you can see it. But in the plasmatic state, which is a substructure of the physical state, you cannot touch it and you cannot see it, but you can sense it. And so this is a manifestation of the light matter. And when we're saying the light matter, we're talking about light. So when we looked at the basics of the nano state, and we've seen that the nano layers in themselves form star formations. And because the structure of the nano layers on the, let's say you have a copper wire and you've nano-coated it with 30,000 nano layers, you find that there are gaps in between. And so we don't know which way is up, and it doesn't matter. What matters is the relationship of the different nano points. And the nano points have nano gaps, and they create a star formation. And then these star formations link up. But interestingly enough, if you have one star formation and you add it to another star formation, you get more than two. And then you can add more. And this is why we find that as we continue to add these nanostates, they become a superconductor at room temperature. So that's fine with your nano-coated wire, but when we get into protein, and when we've taken a star formation, which we call an amino acid, if we do the same thing, when we get more than 3, they fold over. And so this is the beginning of a protein state. And this folding over aligns these star formations either back to back or head to head, which gives them different characteristics and different capabilities. So plasma is dynamic. Okay, so we're looking at the beginning of the building of the dimension. And that's all we're talking about is the origin of creation. And then what you'll need to look at is the field. And so how does that compare to the infinity loop? So with the infinity loop, you have a larger maggrav interacting with a smaller maggrav, and there's a flow of energy between them. The unfortunate part about this picture is it's in 2 dimensions. So to understand the energy flowing through this infinity loop, you have to go through the 3 dimensions and envision in your mind the 3rd dimension. But we have transmission and we have transition. The center point is the interaction point, and which way it is going is determined by susceptibility. But in this particular case, we're just looking at the convergence and divergence of energy coming to this convergent point in the middle. So we have 2 infinity loops that are interacting. So there's an interaction point at this conversion point. And so something is happening at this conversion point. This is the dynamic transfer state. And it can go, you know, in both the X and the Y axis. This conversion point is the inertia point. This is the transmutation point. And so we're having a problem with the deficiency of the language in both the scientific and the spiritual community. And, you know, we need to achieve a balance, a MAGRAF type balance between the pushing and the pulling between the two communities. They need to work together because the one is using terminology that is actually applying to plasma reality, and the other one is applying terminology that is relative to physical reality. And we know that there is a difference between the two realities because we know that we have cells in our body and they somehow manifest. Cells are created and multiply through division. Isn't that ironic? And so this is a manifestation from matter, or it's a manifestation to matter. But within our bodies, we're in a plasmatic matter. In our transportation vehicle, we are in a physical matter. And so all of this is a manifestation of the conversion of energy from our soul to light to whatever. And so today we've been talking about the small m matter conversion, because this is the physical conversion of energy into the small m matter state. So we know that the basic rule is the higher strength feeds the lower strength. And so this involves a neutron decay. And the reason it involves a neutron decay because it's a plasmatic interaction of gravitational magnetical field forces. And I say gravitational first because it's with respect to its environment. The tendency is to more density. Tendency to more density is gravitational. And so this conversion has conditions. This condition is the environment. So we have an environmental conversion of energy into every other condition. But interestingly enough, so we have our periodic table of elements, so we can create elements. But we also can create molecules. And molecules are a combination of elements. So we can see that even in our physicality, neutrons may be additive or they may be decayed. And so this is all dependent on the plasmatic interaction of the gravitational magnetical or the magnetical gravitational field forces with respect to the environment. So another pattern has emerged. And so when we look at the dynamic transfer state, and we talk in, say, generalities, and we've been building up this diagram with the MAGRAV, with the nano-coated wires and the GANs, and we're looking at the fields that are interacting. We have the physical structure, but we're looking at the fields and how they're interacting in both the X and Y axis. And then we have the field strength that is diverging and converging and in process converting, because there's energy that's coming in, going out, going around. And if there is no affinity, if there is no similarity, it'll just go pass on through as if we don't exist. But fortunately on our planet here, it does exist. And so an interesting thing that we see is we have a northern hemisphere and a southern hemisphere, and these hemispheres are rotating, and they're rotating in opposite directions. However, our planet, the way we see our planet, is rotating in one direction. How is this possible? So there is a plasmatic reality and there's a physical reality. And so we see the interaction of these magnetical gravitational fields and their interaction and the infinity loop that combines them. And they combine both in the X and the Y axis, and they create a field, which is your Z axis. And so these are the various dimensions that we can operate in. And so as we go through these various dimensions, we are plasmatic beings playing in a physical reality. So when we look at the interaction point in the infinity loop, that interaction point is the interaction of the transmission and the transition movement. We're going to change this diagram because if you link up the two together and they rotate in opposite directions, then they cannot be physically linked up. That's why we have two hemispheres. And then if we add in our understanding of our structure, we find that we have, and I put on the side here, a representation of the DNA RNA relative structure and how it fits into this infinity loop, and one is on top and one is on the bottom, and they are working opposite to each other. They rotate in opposite directions. And so we can see that there is a MAGRAF condition on the northern hemisphere and a MAGRAF condition on the southern hemisphere. And depending on your point of view, it's always going counterclockwise. But if you're looking at it from one point of view, one hemisphere is rotating one way and the other hemisphere is rotating the other way. But the whole planet is turning around together. So there has to be some kind of field that's interacting there on the equator. And we're going to talk about that even more, because that is why the Earth is turning around in one direction. And so to understand the difference between the plasma science and the physical science is when we look at the spaceship summary, there is a difference. So the saucer is like half the plasma field, and it's quite physical, whereas the other saucer is actually a sphere and it's plasmatic. And then of course we can change that by stretching it out and creating a different kind of shape. And so that introduces a different kind of divergence and convergence. So we have a saucer, a sphere, and a cylinder. And so when we're looking at the convergence, we're looking at like our little tic-tac-toe game. We're trying to figure out whose turn is it next. So when we look at this, we have to look at the whole picture. This is only in 2 dimensions. And so for the purposes of discussion, the magnetical force fields involve attraction and repulsion. And in order to have a MAGRAF condition, they have to have both. So in order to have a direction of flow, there has to be a residue. So it's the MAGRAF plus the magnetical, or the MAGRAF plus the gravitational, and that gives you the direction of your flow. And so whether it's flowing out or flowing back is the difference between the divergence and convergence. And in this particular point, we're talking about activity on this planet. We have to keep talking about the cups of life. They're not the cups of the pandemic, but after 20 months, we're still faced with the pandemic. So we have to look after our own business. And let's see how today's topic is changing the picture here. The one cup is a zinc plate and a copper coil and a nano-coated copper coil. Please keep making these cups, keep making more cups. We have concerns about the magnetical field and the gravitational field. This is a cup of harmony. It is, as you can see, there's a lot of interaction between the various components inside the cup. And then that allows us to bring in GANs, another dimension. And then we can have an interaction there and introduce the zinc GANs and the copper GANs, which brings in the CO2 GANs. And then we're bringing in the amino acid, another dimension. And then, of course, the creation of water that goes hand in hand. And then we've understood that there's another dimension, the calcium carbonate GANs. So we have a whole lot going on in these cups. The second cup, change one thing. We introduce a copper plate, copper coil, copper plate, nano-coated copper coil, but still magnetic field and still gravitational field. But there's a relationship now between the two cups of life, where one is emotional and one is physical. Yeah, but because they create each a magnetical field, keep them at least 1 meter apart if you're still dealing with the pandemic. Because once it gets the gravitational field strength in, it goes beyond the glass. It does not see the glass. Why? The plasma doesn't see the physical. There's a plasmatic reality and a physical reality. So keep these batches at least 1 meter apart and understand that we're using them for eradicating a virus. And why is that? Well, you see, the virus knows the difference between the plasmatic reality and the physical reality. And there's a difference. And one of them has to do with the density, and the other has to do with the way it is seeking energy. So energy is always in motion. So we're going to deplete the energy or convert the energy. Either way, we have a giving and a taking. And once that's done, we can put the cups together and build the cups of man. And the same thing happens. We create a gravitational field and a magnetical field, and the two work together as a representation of our emotional and physicality, our emotionality and our physicality. And so this is a representation as directed by our soul. So we introduced the cup of soul as well. So these three cups work together. Well, we've been talking about some more cups, the inertia cup and the earth cup. So last week we brought in the cup of inertia, which was a nano-coated copper coil, a second nano-coated copper coil, and a nano-coated copper plate. So now we see a slight difference, but the same reaction, a magnetical field and a gravitational field. So this is why I'm purposely not showing the wire connection here, because the plasma science is involving and understanding fields. And so now we have another interaction, that's the cup of earth. So we started out in discussing iron and its anchorage to the earth. So there we have a nano-coated iron coil in the center and a nano-coated zinc coil and a nano-coated copper plate. And that too has a magnetical field and a gravitational field. So now we've completed the stacker unit, and you see the individual structure of the individual components. And so you can see that there is a flow of logic. And so we started, with the cup of soul, then the emotional cup, the physical cup, the cup of inertia, and the cup of the environment. This is your 5-cup vertical system. And how they act together is each of them has a field strength and each of them has a soul, and the combination of these create a unit. And that unit works together with a magnetical gravitational field and a soul. And so this is what we're talking today, the stacker, and how we've completed the stacker today. And although we're 75% water, we're not just a bag of water. There's a whole lot of stuff going on. The higher energy feeds the lower energy, and not the lowest, and not one. It feeds the lower, whichever is lower, and it keeps feeding. Well, where does this energy come from? And so this is the beauty. The plasma energy is fed through the soul. And so we have a dynamic transfer. And so this is a representation of the stacker unit that is showing the kind of alignment with our spine. And so our spine is positive and our extremities are negative, and so we have a direction of flow. And is there a preference? Do we flow to our feet more than to our hands, or do we flow to our head more than we flow to our body? So the answer in the dynamic transfer state gives all that you need when you need it on demand. And we have manifest into a physicality. And that physicality is the destination state. So we have now transmuted into our transportation state, which is our destination state. And our destination can transfer and transport to another destination state. So when we look at range convergence, we see that there's a convergence of energy into the lowest energy, and the relationship with the stacker unit fits very nicely with the different energy levels. However, the plasma state is of a higher energy state. This is why it's a transcendent into a higher energy state. And so it can do a lot more effectively. And so the higher state feeds the lower state. And what we've done today is we've fed the capital M matter state, and then we're feeding the small m matter state. And there's a convergence of energy into its gravitational form. And the gravitational form is the densest. What is plasma? It's a kind of energy state. Energy is always interacting. All things are working in combination. There's a pushing and pulling of energies, and the balance of it is a Maggrav condition. And there's a residue. And that residue is action. And this is something that we need to understand, because the energy in plasmatic state is far more powerful than the energy in the physical state. And the plasmatic energy transfer is bound to the ethos of the universe. And that involves morality, compassion, and courage. Nothing that you can grab your hands onto, is there? This is all plasmatic, and it's all part and parcel of creation, because the creation is the ethos of the universe. Life wants to live, and the purpose of life is to learn, and learn how to be and do more. And so there's more than just the emotional and physical harmony. There's vitality, emotional and physical vitality. This is the plasma conversion. And today we've focused more again on the reality check. And the reality check, as we're trying to break down these barriers, and I don't want to belabor that point, I just want to say that today we have a new understanding, a new perception of the stacker reality. The stacker reality is a figurative reality manifestation sequence that shows when two fields come together, they form another. The formation of any field is that manifestation. It's the plasma feeding that leads to this manifestation. But this manifestation could be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible, plasmatic or physical, what we call dark matter or light matter. But it is a plasmatic reality and a physical reality. And either reality is a form artifact. And to achieve a form artifact is a manifestation. So even the emotion of presence is a form artifact of energy in motion. So as an archaeologist, when you look at these cups and some of these cups of life, and you look at the physicality of them, you can't see the plasma energy that is going around them. And these are from the Keshe Foundation. So here you have physical representation of a plasmatic possibility, and it's profound. You see, because energy binding is important. It's just that we are overemphasizing that in our self-serving determination, and we're doing it at the expense of others. And the best way to do that is to lie, cheat, and steal. In other words, double cross, right? There's no better way of deceiving someone than with the mastery of deception. And there are schools for that. It makes you wonder, because that's not the way the universe works. The universe works in its bounty, its bountifulness. And in the emblem of the Universal Council, you can see that there is no destination. The destination is what you want it to be. And so right now we are on the physical destination of this planet. And we are just the messengers. And the messengers of what? Peace and friendship. Peace and friendship is the essence of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute and the distribution of plasma science through the public domain. And the reason for it is because we need to bring a world peace treaty forward. Peace and that we sign with a pen and that we sign in with a heart represents our physical and emotional harmony and vitality. And we need to do that. And we know we need to do that because as knowledge seekers, we become truth seekers. But do truth seekers become difference makers? This is the challenge. So we need to understand that the dynamic plasma state within us is the universal language throughout. And plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. And that's the end of the lesson. Thank you so much, everybody, for attending. I hope you enjoyed it.
Very nice, Alex. I think if I met you in space, you might be able to take me over because I'm mesmerized with your teaching. I know Salamia is holding a question. She'd like Jalal or maybe yourself or maybe someone else to answer. But if we put up the picture of the principle, the transitional, and the matter, we know that a field has a directional movement, and a plasma has a directional and a rotational movement. So we're looking at this picture of the three states, for example, in each 1/3 quadrant of the circle. But in actuality, as Mr. Keshe said, if we're looking at it in 2 dimensions, if we were to look at it in 3 dimensions, right? Is all this mixed up within the circle, each as an individual, but knows its strength? I know he said that the transitional matter had huge gravitational field forces or effects in the transitional part of it. But is it all mixed up in the same ball, so to speak? Is this where the X, Y, and Z comes in? But they each know their respective positions or strengths.
So if you're looking at, let's say, rush hour traffic, and you see people coming off the buses going to work, they all seem pretty well organized. You know, generally speaking, they all get to their destination, and they don't all have the same destination, but they have to cross paths. So how does one cross the path of another without interfering? Is this the slide that you were talking about?
Yes. Anything with the 3 quadrants there?
Yeah, so for the purposes of education, we're trying to show the different fields. But the thing is that when you look at the matter field with the colors, that you know is physicality, is a representation of physicality. But the interesting part about the matter is that the matter is actually a conversion of going from the plasma into the physicality. That's why you see the different colors of the rainbow there. Because the different colors of the rainbow, in order for you to see that, are the evidence of physicality. See, this is such a good question you asked, because this is what happened in the Spanish community a couple of weeks ago. We had a difficulty in understanding the difference between the plasma reality and the physical reality. And so the astonishment of the unexplainable experiences had to do with, let's say, feeling greater warmth, or seeing a glow. Well, see, these are all physical representations. And on that basis, we're looking for evidence of some kind of plasmatic interaction. The truth of the matter is that form artifact is the evidence. So the evidence is there. It's just that we don't call it evidence. It's, oh, I see the light. I see the light. Do you see the light? Do you see the light, or is it an epiphany? And what is an epiphany? Or what is an awakening? So think of it as you're in a sleep state. And at that point in time, do you have that physicality? So the only time really that you can remember anything from your sleep state is at that point of conversion, at the moment that you're waking up. And if you can remember and practice to remember, you will remember your dream. But your dream, and it could be, it could be a major expedition, and it only takes a flash, an instant. And when I say a flash or an instant, that means a portion of a second. And it's in that moment when you wake up, and that flashes across. And if you can remember and capture it and solidify it, crystallize it, gravitationalize it at that point in time, then it becomes etched in your memory. And the memory is the growing of the manifestation of this knowledge. And so that can be transcribed in the physicality, but it's retained in the plasma state. And so that's where your DNA is working. Your DNA is the receptor for your physical life. And the RNA is carrying that forward. So that's where your DNA RNA is interacting. And so how much knowledge do you take away from here is determined by how much you feed to your physicality. And if you limit all your possibilities, then you don't get fed enough and you go hungry. So we're all hungry for knowledge, and there's a reason for it. It's because we haven't been given enough. So if we understand that that point of awakening is the point that we have to crystallize that knowledge, and then that becomes part and parcel of us. We don't have time to bring that knowledge forward. Imagine, every time you have a situation in your life and you have to make a physical move for a physical decision, and then you have to go back through your history and say, well, let me think about it, and this is one of the jokes we say about the Canadian mentality. If I propose to give you $1 and it would cost you 50 cents, would you do it? And so that now you have to have a physical impulse to give the 50 cents. So we say jokingly in Canada that, we have to defer to the committee to come up with a decision on that. And so we compare the Canadian ideology to the American ideology, and you know what the American would say, oh, you mean $1 would cost me 50 cents? Tell you what, I'm going to give you $5,000 and I'll give it to you right now. And that's the difference. So we now use that knowledge and we bring it forward, but we don't have to go through the individual levels to remember, oh, you know, 1 and 1 is 2. I learned that in grade 1, and then I learned about, you know, trigonometry, and then I went to university and I learned all about business. You don't have to bring all that forward. It's just automatic. And this is the point. The plasma substructure is there. And then how fast can we bring it in? And it's dependent on our confidence. If we don't have the confidence in our knowledge, then we say, geez, I don't know. Or I don't have the authority to make that decision. Well, there is a time and a place for you to make that decision. So, you know, when the time and the decision comes to your family and you're the head of the household, then you better make the decision. And if you're, you know, the president of the country and you're paid to make decisions, then you better make those decisions. And if your decisions are not to the benefit of the people that elected you, then you better step down and bring someone else in. And if you can't do the job, then, you know, you just resign and let someone in to come in and do the job. So on this panel here, we're all volunteers. And the reason we're volunteers here is because those who are paid to do the job are not doing it. So we're finding new opportunities. Okay, so what is the motivation for these opportunities? The knowledge that comes from the amalgamation of the force fields that come together from all the knowledge that has been sent through energy packs through the universe.
Alex,
Hi, Jalal.
all right, change the volunteers to pioneers.
Pioneers.
Okay.
I think we're going to introduce a lot of new terminology. We're going to need special classes on that and special students to bring things forward. Each of us has talents and to bring that in. But, you know, when you're looking at this chart here, for instance, it kind of is the basis of a discussion, isn't it? We can go into any dimension, any field reference, any dynamic interaction and discuss it. Would you agree?
From my side, yes, of course.
Yes, since everything is made up of fields, from the smallest to the largest, there's nothing that can't be interacted with.
Yeah, so now the interaction field operates by the same rules. That's what we've been missing.
I know Salomia has been holding a question. Are you still with us, Salomia?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much.
Would you like to state your question? And if I may add, Adrian in the chat said, we've started building the ship. We managed to understand the propulsion. Soon we will show the control cabin of the structure. Maybe he could add something after your question is answered, Salomia.
Yes, of course. My question is related to these signs, plus and minus. Minus is magnetical and giving, and gravitational is plus and absorbing, receiving, or vice versa, because Jalal taught in another way, and Mr. Alex in another way. So I get confused. Thank you very much for answering.
So the gravitational is more dense. To be more dense, it has to have more mass. So it's taking. So if you have more, you're adding more.
Yeah.
But now it becomes a higher field strength. And so the higher feeds the weaker. But we didn't say which one is the higher and which one is the weaker. We're just saying the basic rules. So the implication is that this magnetical force is negative and this gravitational force is positive. However, if we change the relationship, then that gravitational force could be now the giver. So if it's giving, it's now minusing its energy. In order for it to retain that density, it has to draw more energy in. And so this is the basics of energy in motion. You give and then you receive. You have to give before you receive, but you have to give and receive because energy cannot be stopped. Energy is always in motion. So if you want to contain it in your gravitational system, you have to run it through a field rotation. This is your plasma. And how strong is that plasma field? Well, that all determines on its relationship and its positioning. So which dimension are we talking about? Which range are we talking about? Which energy state are we talking about? We're never defining those things. We are still in the, basic understanding. So I think it's just like a piano. If you, you hit middle C and the next note up is D and the next note down is B. So now you know that, which direction is going. But you don't play piano that way. You're playing with arpeggios and chords and scales. And, you're not thinking, positive and negative or like that. You know that, if you sit down to the piano, if you go to the right, well, you're going higher. If you go to the left, you're going lower notes. It's just automatic. So you don't think about it. It's the same thing when you leave home. When you leave home, as far as the home is concerned, you're being very negative. But, when you go to work, you're being very positive. So, as far as work is concerned, you're gravitating towards work. And as far as the home is concerned, you're leaving, you're very magnetical. But, after you finish your work and you want to come back, well, now the work is magnetical and the home is gravitational. And so, this is your destination. So whatever your destination is, that's your gravitational. And so the impetus to go is your magnetical. And so there's always a transition in between. And, the decision on how you do that, we all have that decision-making capability. And so this becomes the point. When you have the knowledge, you have the responsibility. And when you have the responsibility, then you have to take charge which direction you're going. So most of us have not been taught that we have this capability. I mean, in general, to look at life that way, because if you look at health, for instance, I have bad health. Okay, so I have failed in looking after myself. So I'm going to now transfer that responsibility to someone else. Well, that's an abdication of your responsibility, isn't it? And we've grown accustomed to doing that. And which is really, really too bad. But what other choice do we have? Because you look at our environment and you say, well, the environment's not my fault. It's not my fault that there's all this pollution around. Well, it is indirectly your fault because you're part of the system and you contribute to part of the system. So we all have to make a decision each and every day. Are we part of the problem or are we part of the solution? And the easy way to answer that is you get up in the morning and you have a determination of what you're going to do, which is predetermined by your soul through your dreams. And if you can remember the activity that you need to proceed through that day, and it doesn't have to be that day, it could be a precursor that could happen a few days down the road. But the point is, at the end of the day, you judge and say, well, is this planet better for me being here than for me not being here? And if the answer is yes, this planet has improved for me being here, then I would say that you're a universal functionary. And if the answer is, no, I've caused a lot of hardship, I've caused a lot of sorrow and grief, then I have words for you that I can't express at this family show. So we all make our choices, and we have to understand that consequences come from those choices. So I hope I've answered your question in that regard.
Yes. Thank you very much. You answered my question. And related with your picture here, your slide, I mean, plasma is created from more than 2 pemetics. And these pemetics are magnetical and gravitational, or they are only magnetical, and when they form the field, magnetical field, they create the soul, which is gravitational in the middle.
Okay, so the second, okay, they are, the PM ticks are magnetical.
Yeah.
They're looking for a destination. That destination is their gravitational destination point.
Yes.
However, the construct of the PM tick, itself has a magnetical gravitational relationship. So the PM tick, to be magnetical, that magnetical is a residue of its maggrav condition. So it has a magnetical gravitational component to be a maggrav. So the PM tick itself is a maggrav, but it only has a magnetical construct or magnetical residue, which is the representative of its construct, okay? So we kind of discount, we say, oh, the PM tick is magnetical, and discount its maggrav condition. Well, then if you discount its maggrav condition, then you would say that it's nothing. And so then we come to the conclusion that, outer space is a vacuum and it has nothing there. Well, no, energy is always in motion. And so in order to be, you cannot not be. Okay, you cannot not be. You can only be, but you can be this or be that, and you make a choice. So if I have a choice to be this, but I choose to be that, then I'm not this. Okay, I've made that choice, but I cannot say I'm not this. I can only say that I am that. You cannot say what you're not, because if you start to say what you're not, well, we're going to be here till, next year, because you're not everything. It's not what you're not, it's what you are. And what you are is the convergence of this energy, and you're here in the now. And so the now is the convergence of this energy into the present. And we have a capability of converting that into either plasma reality or into a physical reality, but not necessarily. And so once we understand this field transformation, then we can understand, so even though we can't see it, it doesn't mean that it's not there, because the seeing is one aspect of the reality. And so this becomes, and this is the huge breakthrough that we made in the Spanish community, this becomes the essence of understanding what is plasmatic and what is physical, because we've had a lot of confusion and we can't separate the two apart. So, you know, if you can see it, you can feel it, you see a color, you see a mirage, you see an emanation, you see a form artifact, that's physical. That's it. That's the evidence. That's all you need to know. So if you don't see it, what is your awareness like? And so we now find that, oh, there are other senses. Oh, we haven't even discussed these other senses. Well, if there is a force field that you cannot see, how do you sense it? How do you know that it's there? So guess what? One of the easiest things that we had a hole in our Gans. We had a bottle filled with Gans and water, and then suddenly there's a hole in the Gans. How did you do that? Did you do that with a swizzle stick? Did a bunny rabbit come in there and stir its paw? And then if you move it around, you will destroy the hole. So why is there a hole? Well, because it's a rotating field. So if there's a rotating field around the outside, then there's a hole in the inside. Doesn't that make sense? And why not? Because the Gans is more dense than the hole, isn't it? But does that mean there's nothing in the hole? Well, no. As the miners say, there's a fire in the hole. Over to you, Mark.
Thank you, Alex. Is there anyone else who'd like to bring something up? I know I was just thinking about this periodic table of elements. And I know Mr. Kesh said there are so many emotions that we haven't even discovered yet. And I guess we're going to be learning more. You know, we just think about the basic emotions, but there's many, many emotions I think that the man is going to discover. And it also relates to the periodic table of elements, where he said it should be probably in 3 digits or 4 digits as we go into the universe, and so on and so forth. We're going to be discovering things that have already been there. But I was just wondering, if it's in 3 or 4 digits, do you think our body contains more elements than we would see on this chart that are there, but we just haven't discovered them? I would have to say yes. And each one of these elements, I think, carries an emotion.
See, that is such a fabulous question. Okay, this is where, you know, all the teachers become gratified when you ask a question like that. Okay, because it shows a depth of understanding. The environment has a factor. So when we look at the completion of the stacker unit, that's our environment on this planet. So, you know, why we picked iron, because that is the anchorage point. Okay, so without the iron, then there is no anchorage point to this planet. If we go to another planet, it has a different physiology. And then when I say physiology, it could have a different periodic table of elements. The beauty of Earth is that it has these beautiful elements on the Earth. Okay, and so they have all come together very, you know, quite nicely. And when I say quite nicely, that you know, if we have peace on Earth here, you know, I don't know if there are people on this planet who've never experienced peace. They don't know what peace means. They don't know what it means to be, you know, part of nature and to see nature in its glory. It's a difficult concept, but once you get that taste, wow, you know, you say, gee whiz, maybe this planet would be better off for us not being here. Maybe we should just all leave, you know. But the thing is, how do we get here? So the answer to that is really, we have a functionality and we can interact with all of these elements here. And the Earth called us here, okay? Because the Earth is the gravitational caller. And the interaction of the Earth with the sun gave us our coordinates and our focal point. for us to come here. So we had to agree. When did you agree? When you were 3 years old? Might say that's kind of too late, right? Because you're already here. You know, it's kind of like you're in the stadium watching the game, and then someone asks you for, did you want to go to the game? Hey, I'm already here, so it's a redundant question. So that becomes the same thing, why did you come here and how did you come here? Well, well, we're here. So why is not the question, why is the answer? So what we need to do is we need to learn more and more of these skills. Well, guess what? These skills can be transferred to another environment. And as you say, that environment may be even more complex. And if it's more complex, would it be more beautiful? And that's one of the things Mr. Cash said. is if we see how beautiful it is in some of these other places, we'll leave for the next train or the next universal body enhancement unit.
Yes, I've been thinking
You are
about,
grounded. You are grounded.
We're leaving Dodge. Pack up your goodies and let's go.
as you said, Alex, some people have never experienced peace or as much beauty and so on. And I've been thinking a lot about Palestine this week, and I've always have, but even more so as far as what Mr. Kesh had mentioned last week. And I sort of see something coming here with these passports, and maybe you can only travel on certain roads. And so I see the creating in our countries this sort of effect of a West Bank or a Gaza Strip situation. I know it's going to be defeated in the very near future.
So why you go back if you know
But
it's will be defeated?
but because I've been thinking about a whole lifetime of a population that has never been able to really experience beauty or experience some of these things. And I mean, if it's been a 40-year prison camp, I mean, some of these people have never seen this the way it should be. And I know we're going to be able to deliver this very soon.
All this teaching of Mr. Cash didn't give you a viewpoint that you are a magnet and you can adjust this magnet for whatever you can take or you give. It is, in reality, it is very, very easy. But how much you accept, this is the difference.
Right. I just want to see the others have what I'm understanding or what I'm experiencing as well.
It is you who is important. I always say
I
it is
understand.
you.
Yes, I
It is
understand.
one person who is understanding, all will understand. And not you brought something very beautiful. And this is the matter state and this periodic table of elements. But there is, as Alex said, there is two parts missing. And this is the transition and the soul. So we know about it. Why we don't we use it? And especially the last teachings. Let me give you a tip. He is feeding you. He is feeding you with a spoon. But he didn't tell you. You know who is he? So don't waste times, guys.
Well, I'm just stating their cause, that's all.
You know, I am not against
And
what you're saying.
I feel their feelings, or at least I think I do. And it's an injustice and it needs to be corrected, and we need to show respect to all life on this planet. And Mr. Kesh did say some very strong words last week, and I reviewed them. It touched me.
This
Can I
is,
say something?
oh, okay.
Right
Hello?
after her, Fried, if you could wait.
Oh, thank you. I have a different point of view about the Palestine, and you told about happiness or good feelings about those. Um, my thought is different. I think it is your point of view. Sometimes we don't know how other people feel. A long time ago, I read a story about a black man who was slave, not who, his father and mother was slave. So they were very poor and very bad way they live. And then that man, when he grew up, the boy who grown up, when he grown gentleman, so he was a singer. He was no more a slave. His father, mother, I don't know about their father, mother, but the man, when he grown up, he has a lot of money. He's a famous man. And then one time, one journalist come to him and talking to him about his life. He was saying, oh, you was your parents was a slave and this and that. You was so poor. You must be in bad condition in there. Maybe you was very sad, this and that. So that man was laughing, and he's thinking about his mother. Oh, they didn't had the hot water. So he used to, his mother used to give him a shower in the cold water early in the morning outside. And his mother loved him so much. So he's thinking, the man is thinking, he was in the heaven when his mother was there, and his life was so good, and he was so happy that time. And then the journalist thinking, oh my God, he was a slave son, and he didn't had enough food, he didn't had good life. So the journalist feeling bad about him, his before life. But the man who was there, his childhood was better for him. So we don't know everybody's mind. We don't know everybody's feeling. How I feel, you don't know. Maybe you are seeing me, I am in poor condition, bad condition, but what I am feeling, only I know. What you are feeling, only you know. Everybody's point of view is different. That's all. Did you understand?
Yes, agree.
Thank you.
But just put yourself in that position for a moment.
Exactly. This is my point.
Thank you.
We all used and we worked with the ganses, and as Mr. Cash said, we worked with the copper ganses. Okay, go a step further. Use a zinc as a dominator and do all your ganses, all what you've done. Cup of the man, the twin cups, the vertical cups, the CO2, the CH3, the zinc, the whatever you do it with the zinc. Go step higher. So if you didn't achieve it with physicality, achieve it with the emotion. and it is higher. This is the transition. Let your principle, not the copper, let your principle is the zinc. And related to what Salome asked, it is really, really crucial to understand which one is the positive and which one is the negative. There is a lot of teaching in that diagram what Mr. Cash brought, and how you can change position to position, and how you can make a matter state behave as plasma. And a lot of knowledge seekers, they are wondering how, and it's not difficult if you know.
Well, one of the things he suggested was making that zinc spiral with a galvanized spiral nano-coated together and see what you come up with. And I think we have that in the Cup of Universe as well. Not the original, but then later on, he said you could nano-coat the sheet. And I think he put an N over the spiral of the composite. And those can be changed as well to any sort of.
But this is the fourth step. You didn't do the second step. There's a lot of knowledge in that Universe Cup.
That's why it's going to take so many universities and everyone trying to unravel this, because it's very, very deep, as he said. He's delivered so much knowledge that I think if he just left it in the hands of the knowledge seekers, we would get it, but it'd probably be a longer time. And he
In a
wants
thousand
to-
years.
Yeah, right. Just the cup alone of the cup one, he said that it would take man hundreds of years to unravel what's going.
Yeah.
We made it look simple, but it's not simple.
If you are lucky, 1,000 years.
Exactly, exactly. Free, did you want to come in here, Jalal, when Jalal finishes?
Yes, I am finished.
Yes, hello, everyone. I heard about Palestine, and I happened to know about an absolutely wonderful project. And you can find it at the link that I gave in the chat. And it's a plan from 2002, so it's almost 10 years old, and it could build completely Palestine from the ground up, because
20 years, you mean?
there
20
is
years.
nothing now, and this will be possible with this plan. And I wrote that it is from a Californian architecture bureau, and you can find it at the website rand.org. Rand is a corporation, an American corporation, who normally does a lot of war things, but this time they said there should be a plan for Palestine, because when Palestine has nothing, so there must be a way that Palestine could become a viable state. And that was the call for it, and Sussman Urban Architecture had the best plan for it. But it's almost 10 years ago now. So it would be time to at least know about this plan. It's just a fantastic plan.
As
Very
Jalal said, it was 2002 you put in, so it's been 20 years.
20 years, sorry. Yes, 20 years ago. Yeah, 20 years ago. Unbelievable.
That is a good part of a lifetime for an individual that was born in 2002, and now they're 20, and the hope is not there.
You know what? What a shame, really. So so much intelligent man, he's only looking for stealing and killing, and without just get out from this cycle. And I think as a pioneers, in reality, we can do much more than what we think.
Agree.
Yes, and especially when you see this project, you think how it is possible that it was not immediately worked out. So it starts with a 8-minute video, and then there is a lot of material on this website. And I think Rand Corporation did one time a very good job. Normally they did for war, but this time they did it for peace. So I invite you that you look at this project.
Okay, but in reality, what the world will do when they start to manufacture some cars and vehicles, and they can go from here to here in seconds. What they will do in reality? You know,
exactly.
what will really will happen? Is there a meaning of possession now? This is mine, and this is for me, and this is. You know, there's no words for this. You know? You cannot find words for this. It will be mayhem. But they did have their time and their chance all over the world. It is for 30, 40 years is out, this knowledge. And it's covered the whole planet since the day one. From day one. That's who's choosing to receive and who's choosing to object. It's nothing to do with intelligence. We're all intelligent enough. Anyway, everything will be
work out.
Will be for good.
Yeah, no question.
You know, we are trying to pull his leg, but there is no movement.
I think he's ready when he's ready. He could be doing some multitasking in the background as well, but we always do want to hear from Mr. Kesh.
Maybe he's cooking.
Yes, he gives us a beautiful world overview every time, and some of the new technologies that he's playing with in the lab and that are going to be released. There's so much he's given us already that needs to be unraveled or deciphered, Jalal. But he's going to continue on. Just so I think this is part of humbling of the man in a way, to realize how much knowledge he doesn't carry, even though he thinks he's got the whole world in his hand. John, I'm going to mute your mic if that's okay. Would someone else like to bring something up on the table? Or open up a different subject right now? Of course, when you're given knowledge that's a billion years old or older, or billions of years old, it's very humbling to start to work with it and try to understand it. But our souls understand quite a lot more than we give them credit for. Lissy has a hand up. Go ahead, Lissy.
Hello, everybody. How are you today? I have a question, the other question about the last workshop. Mr. Case explain about the, okay, who people are helping me, Alenka maybe, with Spanish? Because I need,
Alenka? Are you with us?
John here,
Okay.
and Dan too,
Can you
okay.
hear me?
Alenka, yes.
Yes,
Yes.
Alenka, thank you.
Okay.
Mira,
Okay, Lizzie.
en el último taller, Mr. Case explicó sobre, entendí que en la botella que estaba totalmente nanorecubierta, lo que él tenía allí estaba produciendo CH3. Mi pregunta es que si en este contenedor yo lo nanorecubrí, traduce por favor y yo busco la.
Okay. It is a question about the bottle of that was shown in the last teaching by Mr. Kesh. There is something that Lizzie would like to know. Adelante, Lizzie.
Quiero saber si yo nanorecubrí este contenedor, yo lo nanorecubrí. Yo siempre bueno, ahora lo nanorecubro con soda cáustica. Todo lo que tengo aquí son nanos y cobre nano y no cobre nano, unidos por cobre nano. Si yo estoy produciendo. Okay.
¿Qué contenedor
ya
es?
te lo muestro. Es lo que quiero ver si se puede mostrar.
Es que es importante el
Yeah, I have it. Te lo voy a mostrar.
El tipo
Aquí
de
está.
contenedor que tienes.
Míralo, ahí está.
Es de
Aquí está.
plástico. Es
Sí,
de
es de
plástico.
Sí, sí,
Ok.
sí.
Entonces, en ese
¿Estás
contenedor.
viendo? ¿Lo están viendo?
Sí, sí.
Ok.
¿Qué
Yo lo
es lo que quieres
nanorecubrí
saber?
con soda cáustica.
That container has
ya te
been
expliqué.
nano-coated by Lizzie, and she would like to know if...
Ok. Si estoy produciendo cobre con la fuerza del hierro.
¿Qué es lo que tienes allí?
Cobre nano recubierto y cobre desnudo, pero unidos con cobre.
Solamente cobre, solamente cobre.
Solo cobre, pues copa de vida 1 nada más. 2, perdón.
Ok. Ok. Entonces lo que tú quieres saber es si tienes la fuerza del hierro.
En este cobre, ajá.
Okay. What Lizzie wants to know is that if she has in those pieces that are nano-coated, which have a copper base, if she has the strength of the iron.
Y si es así,
And
sí nos ayuda porque el problema que tenemos con el hierro ahora, entonces podemos no usarlo ahora. Thank you.
¿Cómo usarlo cómo?
Porque es que acuérdate que el hierro en ese momento no lo debemos usar, pero si este tiene la fuerza del hierro, pero no
lo tiene.
Trabaja
Lizzie.
igual que el hierro, pongámoslo así, puro.
No tiene la fuerza del hierro. Bueno, pero vamos a dejar que te contesten.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Sí.
Thank you so
Then,
much.
what she wants to know is that if these pieces that she has been nano-coating and they are copper, if these pieces have the strength of the iron, and if they do have the strength of the iron, if she can use them for the cup 2. Para la copa 2, ¿verdad?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Ya está la pregunta. ¿A quién le estás preguntando?
Pues no sé si Yalal me puede responder o yo pensaría que Yalal o Mr. Tess, no sé.
Maybe Jalal can answer that.
Or Mr. Tess too, so.
Or Mr. Kesh.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want to use it for what? Cup 2, you said?
Yes.
Yes.
Cup 2.
Cup 2 is the copper oxide, yes?
Yes.
Okay. You can have all the elements, whatever you want, from any elements you can get in your hand.
Allí puedes tener todos los elementos que quieras de todos los elementos que están en tu copa.
Look.
No.
The plasma is 1.
El plasma es 1.
it is only the inertia which, in respect to the strength of this plasma, it showed itself what kind of material you see.
Es solamente la inercia de lo que ves en este plasma, lo que tú tienes ahí.
Okay.
The environment this plasma interact in,
El ambiente interactúa en,
it accepted to be there, showed itself as what color is, what number is.
se muestra a sí mismo sobre qué número es.
In respect to what? How much it gives and how much it takes.
Con respecto a qué, dependiendo de lo que da y de lo que toma.
Okay, you are like a plasma. You are plasma, yes?
Tú eres como un plasma.
Yes.
Okay. If I take this plasma and I go, let's say, to another solar system.
Digamos que yo llevo este plasma a otro sistema solar.
Do you think you will have the same body, the same beauty, the same hair, the same whatever you are in?
¿Crees que tú tendrás la misma belleza, el mismo cuerpo, el mismo pelo que tienes en este momento?
Due to your knowledge, you say, yes, I want to be in this shape. Okay.
Okay, tú dices, bueno, yo quiero tener esta forma.
But you know what? This shape there, it will be the apple tree, similar to the
Pero
apple
sabes
tree.
una cosa, esa combinación, ese plasma sería allá algo similar tal vez a un árbol de manzanas.
So do you accept to be the apple tree?
Tú aceptas
You have the
ser
choice.
un árbol de manzana.
You have the choice. You want to give more and receive more in the emotion side because you are an apple and
Tú tienes la
delicious and,
decisión.
you know, delicious and beauty and green and red and whatever. It's your choice.
Tú tienes la decisión de ser como una manzana sabrosa, bonita, saludable. Es tu decisión.
So go back to this, what you are showing in this picture. Yes, you can. You can
Así
make
es
the
que-
copper behave as iron. You can make the copper behave as gold. You can make the copper behave as whatever you want. If you know how to nanocode it, how you nanocode it, and in which environment, and which information you embedded in.
Y volviendo al contenedor que tienes que has mostrado, es tu decisión de lo que tú quieres hacer de ahí. Tú puedes hacer, dependiendo del nano recubrimiento que le hagas, cualquier material, puede ser el hierro, puede ser el oro o cualquier otro elemento que tú quieras tener.
And if you remember, I think you remember when Mr. Cash brought up the 1 cup, 1 life, he said, even you, if you know what to do with the copper, you do not need the zinc if you don't have.
Y si tú recuerdas cuando el señor Keshe nos estuvo enseñando la copa 1, nos dijo que si comprendes lo que estás haciendo, tú puedes, si no tienes zinc, puedes hacer zinc.
Let me tell you a question, and maybe you can ask it yourself. What is the difference between orange and lemon?
Permíteme hacerte una pregunta. ¿Cuál es la diferencia entre una naranja y un limón?
The different energy, that's it. The different plasma.
You answer it. You try. You answer it yourself. If you answer it, you will understand how to make this copper behave at whatever you want.
Contéstate a ti misma y entonces tú sabrás que puedes hacer que tu copa haga lo que tú quieres.
If I tell you, I will dictate the information. But if you find it yourself, you will dictate the information as you like.
Entonces yo podría dártela, pero tú también puedes encontrar la información para lograr hacerlo, como tú quieres.
I hope I answered you.
Espero haberte contestado.
Es half and half. Because, porque
Mitad
lo que
y
pasa es que,
mitad.
más o menos, sí, ya. Because por la información que escuché en el taller de Mr. Kesh,
From the
el hecho de que
information that I heard from Mr. Kesh,
porque la caja está nanorecubierto con soda cáustica,
because the
cambiaría.
box
Ya,
is
ya.
nano-coated, that would change the
Y
results.
quizá por eso
Look,
tengan la
look,
fuerza.
look. Wait.
Okay.
You have a
Please,
problem.
thank
You
you.
had a problem with a fixed position and an open position.
Tú tienes un problema porque estás en una posición abierta.
A fixed position, it's the matter state is fixed position.
La posición del estado de la materia es una posición que está fija.
But once is enter the world of the plasma, finish. You do not work anymore with the matter state, although it is a matter state, but it
Pero
will not.
una vez que ya está en el estado de plasma, ya cambia, ya no estás en el estado de la materia, aunque aparentemente está en la materia.
Yes, it
If
is.
we say the soul of any entity or matter, it can you can, if you go to the soul level, you can do whatever you want. You can create whatever you want. So what is the difference?
Al nivel del alma, tú puedes crear lo que tú quieras. Entonces, ¿cuál es la diferencia?
And of course, Armin asked Mr. Kesh if we could nano-code all the elements in the cup of universe in the same box. And he said, of course you can. He said, we've been doing that together for years with Armin.
You remember when I wrote this? I think Dean knows when, if you remember.
So
Yeah,
would that help the copper get the field strength of the iron?
¿Ayudaría eso? Que el cobre obtenga la fuerza del hierro.
It is a distance gap, my dear friends. Due to the distance gap, this element will behave.
Debido a la distancia de la copa, estos elementos podrían comportarse así.
It's you. Are you a creator? No way. But you can behave as a creator.
¿Eres tú un creador? No, pero puedes comportarte como un creador.
No one will will be against that. If you can love, if you are in peace, if you give, if you care, if you this is the action of the creator. So you can be that.
Nadie estaría en contra de eso. Si
So
tú
in that
puedes
meaning,
amar, tú puedes sentir.
in that meaning, what is the difference?
Así que, ¿cuál es la diferencia?
If the same plasma make gold and the same plasma make iron, so what is the difference?
Con un mismo plasma tú puedes hacer oro y tú puedes hacer hierro. ¿Cuál es la diferencia?
Change the environment, the plasma will change. If it's open, not fixed position.
Cambia el medio ambiente.
Yes. Yes, yes.
You are
environment inertia too? Environment inertia or
yes,
only
yes, of
environment?
course.
Of course. Okay,
Ambos.
You are dealing with the inertia. Go to the teaching 288.
Ve a la lección, a las enseñanzas 288.
Believe me, and
288.
this question, what you said just now, you will find it in the beginning of this teaching, of the 288.
Al
It will
principio
help
de
you a lot.
esa enseñanza.
Okay,
Que
thank
ayudará
you.
mucho.
I go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Yolenka, Yelal.
Okay, por nada, con
It's
gusto.
good Spanish, Yelal.
Yeah, yes, I will learn. I you know, I am staying here with you guys. I'm not leaving.
Está aprendiendo.
I am a Spanish teacher. You go, no problem.
I will join you on your teaching, don't worry.
Hello, everybody. Um, everybody. So I don't know how the nano-coated copper would react as iron in cup 2. I don't see how. What's the logic? It's the same inertia for both of them in the same environment. So why should copper act like iron in cup 2? And why do we need iron in cup 2?
I don't think they need the iron in cup 2, Mehnaz.
Yeah, darling, but how come iron is the same as nano-coated copper?
Who say iron is the same nano-coated copper?
I think I heard that question was, sorry, I had a big dinner with wine. Sorry if I make it. I'm sorry if I do.
I think you said copper with the field strength of iron.
Exactly.
Yes,
So,
yes, you can have this. You can have this. Yes.
it means like we can transfer nano-coated copper to iron.
You can transfer nano-coated copper to gold.
No, to iron. I don't want gold. Anybody looks for gold. But iron, why? How can it, nano-coated copper becomes iron?
Just measure the fields of the iron. Why it is iron in the first place? Why it is iron?
For me, iron.
No. I mean this plasma. Why it is iron?
It's nano-coated copper.
No, you didn't understand what I mean.
She has a nano-coated copper or nano-coated box, and she thinks she can use it as an iron.
Oh, okay, and look, you know what? Mr. Cash in the last teaching, he said the iron have a secret. And this secret related to what? The gravitational field of what? Come to the teaching tomorrow.
Hemoglobin, the blood.
No, have nothing to do with the blood.
Iron is I don't know, it's an element. I don't know anything else about iron. You tell me.
No, don't. It's not a mixture, and you take from it. No.
In fact, I don't know. I want you to tell me how iron can be replaced by nano-coated copper.
If you open up the strength of the iron, you can get whatever metals you want. Any material. What it contains? It contains the 3 components of the plasma. Yes.
So we need. We need salt water.
Answer. No. Answer me. Every material you see is as a matter. It have the 3 components of the plasma. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Are you sure about that?
In inertia, it creates that are elements in each environment.
No. Just leave inertia, leave environment, leave everything. I'm speaking about one matter state.
Yeah, matter state depends on the environment, the condition.
Okay, but now you have a matter state, whatever name you put. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. You just go to the understanding of this, what you have in your hand. It have the 3 components of the plasma. Okay. It have the matter state, it have the transition, and it have the principle. Exactly. So the principle is all over one. You want to say that it's like the neutron which you break into proton and electron? You give it whatever name. The principle is one all over from here to end of this creation. It is one. So that means the soul is one all over. So if you can enter the soul level, you can change whatever material you want. Right. So, but you need acidic or basic situation conditioning, no? How do you do that? I'm speaking about the plasma. Yeah, how do you open principle? If you find someone to take from you. Yeah, I know CH3, H3, these are all related, H2, H4. This is a name. This is a name. How about copper? The beauty, in the last teaching of Mr. Kash, he said, understanding the knowledge is more important than the knowledge itself. Because if you understand, you can work in every and each environment you are in. But copying a knowledge, it will give you just a small limited position. You cannot go out of it. You said the teaching number 228? No, this is 288.
7, I think you said, or is it 288?
288. This is regarding what Lisa asked. Yeah, thank you. I try to look. Thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you. No, but it's really, thank you for your question, Mehnaz. And that's put a lot of knowledge seekers really to understand. It is not anymore copying. I see a copper winding this way. No way in the world can anyone can make the same field of this copper. No way. But if you go beyond what you see, you go to the understanding, then you can do it with with any matter in your hand. Even without matter, you have your hands, and it is amazing. We discuss a matter and we stick with the matter, but we have more power than that. But we do not discuss it because the knowledge now is the universe cup. What is universe cup? It is your body, it's your brain. What is in your brain? You see coils and you see composite coil and this term and that term. Or this is, you go and you find the understanding beyond that. What is the understanding beyond that? What is 10 term means? What is 20 term means? What is energy and what is gravity means? What is inertia means in this case? What is the point of memory? What is the point of okay, why he said, I will not give you how you connect, because in this diagram you have a physicality ganses, you have an emotion ganses, and you have a soul ganses. The three component is there. So how you connect, it's you. You decide. Maybe I will connect one part with apart with it, which is in the other room. And for me, it will work because in a way, in my understanding, I know what I'm doing because I wanted to do that. But is it applicable to you? It's for your understanding. We are working only until now with physicality, and this is the copper. So go to the emotion, work with the emotion, and then when you finish, go to the soul level. And when you finish, you can add any of them: the physicality, the emotion, the energy, the gravity, and respect. You stopped coming to the deciphering, my dear. That's why you're asking.
Sorry, you missed me, huh?
Yes, we do. But I don't see a problem with copying. Doesn't the universe copy often? I mean, the energy of the solar system universe became the sun. The energy of the sun became the earth. The energy of the earth became the soul of the man. When you find a position in the universe that can accommodate the structure of the man, couldn't you replicate or copy your structure? Doesn't the neutron continuously and regularly split into the electron and proton? I don't see one neutron telling another neutron, don't do that. You can't copy.
If the apple tree stop copying, she will be elevated. I will not say this monkey see, monkey do.
Doesn't one universe come out of another one? Didn't man's universe come out of a larger universe? Isn't this in a way a copy? The same way the proton and
Why copy? Is your son is copy of you?
Well, it's a replication of another universe. It might be a slightly different strength, but as we know, if we break the magnet into a small piece, it still has the same strength as the big piece, or the same field power, because it came from that. So I don't understand why copying or replicating is a problem. And I know Mr. Kesh doesn't want us to do that, because then maybe we lose some of our creativity in making a little change or making something else and discovering something new. I think he gives a
You are not
starting.
adding anything. You are not adding anything if you are copying.
I think you are. You have a starting point to work from. So I don't see copying as a problem. I mean, not
This
to
is what
leave
you
it,
like.
leave
This is
it
what
there,
you
right,
like.
right. You
You
start
are
out,
right.
you remember when he said the cup of life, you said it exactly how I said it. So did you copy it or did you replicate it?
No, this is a different understanding because
Okay.
yes.
It's still a copy.
No. Because this is have a lot of responsibility, because it is attached to human life. That's why he didn't want anyone to mislead or to harm. And in this teaching, this knowledge will not harm anyone. But there is a lot of people which they just copying, and then they will harm themselves without understanding. So he was very, very specific in that case, very specific, because it is a crucial, and all of us, knowledge seekers all over the places who are want to work with this Ganses for the benefit. That's why it must be restricted as he put it out.
Okay, so when you made the Magrev, did you copy it or did you decide to go in a totally different direction?
I went totally different.
Okay. How were the results?
I think I showed you. I showed you, you knowledge seekers. You was with me when I done it, and I showed it. But is it with my understanding now today? And this is what I tried for a long time. And you remember, to make a practical workshop, and this is to make the real thing, but unfortunately, we didn't succeed with that.
Did we replicate a star formation or copy a star formation?
If you understand how to do, you can do.
I'm saying, but it's still a replication. I think it's just a starting point.
It is very easy to do that.
Mhm.
Just go and take a mono. It's not my teaching, it's Alex teaching.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Alex was speaking for about an hour or so.
Alex, it's the floor, it's yours.
We're just trying to draw the big fish closer to the shore.
No way, you know, I don't know. Maybe if Maria is there, she can do something like the last time.
Okay, is there anyone else who'd like to bring up something else, or if you want to stay on this topic, fine. It's a very nice box you have there. From Mexico, let's see. No, she's from, Lissy's from Brazil, isn't she?
Oh, I am from Colombia.
Yeah, okay.
But I live in USA.
Okay, great. It is an international gathering and all are welcome, even those from the universal community, which are here as well.
You see, when I want to connect the irons, the metals, non-coated metals, I trust love. I observe nature. I go out when the sun shines, if I can, or when I see when the sun rises. You can see magnetical and gravitational in it. I see the love of babies for their mother. What's driving these babies regarding their mother? What's that urge? So I observe the trees. They're very beautiful these days. The flowers, how they grow, how they become bigger sometimes. I observe what happened that these flowers are so much more in this place than the other place. And when we observe the nature like that, we learn about gravitational, magnetical love, the drive of universe, how the universe works. If you take away love and attraction, there's nothing left to stick together. And I trust to that. I try to trust to that and not to get away from that by lack of peace, fear, hatred, things like that, and go back again to truthfulness, goodness, and all that. So in trusting love in the whole universe and what works in all these phenomena in the nature, then it gives us the idea how we can work. Thank you.
Is there anyone here for the first time who'd like to tell us who they are and where they're from? I see a couple names I don't recognize in the list, but I don't want to really call anyone. But if you feel like opening your mic, if you're here for the first time, perhaps you can share something with us of who you are and where you're from. Patricia, did you want to say something? I see your mic is
Yes.
open.
Good afternoon, Mark.
Good afternoon.
I had an experience with the Cup of Life 1 last week. Yo tuve una experiencia con la Copa de Uno la semana pasada. I gave a spray bottle and a gallon of this cup of one plasma to a person who had had COVID in June last year. Yo le di una spray y un galón de la agua plasmática de la copa de vida 1 a una persona que había tenido COVID el año pasado, en junio. And he also has both vaccines. Él también tiene las 2 vacunas. At the beginning, he was very incredulous. He wouldn't believe, like, he was, oh, you're crazy with these things. So he finally took one of these bottles, and the surprise was that he started spraying it one night, and he just called me and said, you want to get rid of me or what? I turned totally green. So fortunately, I was in class, and I asked the
He was
professor
only
for class.
kidding, wasn't he?
No, he wasn't kidding. He looked like Hulk.
Okay.
His face turned green. Then he thought it was only his face and his hands. And then he said, and then I look at myself and my whole body is green. And it was like this little, like, shaving cream type green, like little bubbles and things. And his whole body, especially 2 areas where he was complaining about his liver and his kidneys. And it took maybe like 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes for the green stuff to get away. And then he just washed off and sprayed again. And the next morning he woke up and he tells me, well, after COVID for a whole year, I had been having trouble getting off, like getting awake, and really lazy all day long without energy. And since he's been spraying this, he's been feeling a lot better. And he came for another bottle. So I guess it's working.
Very interesting. I've never heard
Yes.
this green color or bubbles or anything.
Well, what
like
they
that.
in the chat, we were actually in Liliana's chat, and I asked about it. I was also afraid at the beginning. I was like, am I really poisoning someone? And they told me it's got to do with the bilis, the liver.
The
And
bile?
then he's bile. And then he was getting detoxicated. It's like a detox process. And someone mentioned that something similar to that had happened in China, but these Chinese got like black color.
Well, that was from the interaction of the patients with the problem with the energy package, where it actually reverted them back to their originality, which was Africa. And I think they've asked Mr. Kesh to look into it, and I think he did. And it was put back into the right condition, but I'm not exactly sure. He did show us the pictures. And
It's a shame that he didn't take a picture of this. I guess he was pretty shocked with it. But nobody else has had this experience?
I don't know. Has anyone had any such experience or?
I'll
heard
translate
of
into
it?
Spanish because
Thank you for your English and your translation. Beautiful.
thank you, Waco. Para la gente que no habla inglés, yo tuve la experiencia de una persona que usó la copa 1 y se puso todo verde, como un verde como el material que uno usa para afeitarse. Y entonces le duró como unos 5 minutos y todo el cuerpo, especialmente las zonas afectadas, que era el hígado y el riñón. Y entonces estábamos en el chat con Liliana y entonces ahí me dijeron que era una desintoxicación del sistema biliar. Y al día siguiente la persona esa que se lo puso dice que por primera vez pudo recuperarse o volverse a sentir con energía desde que había tenido COVID hace un año. Y entonces le costaba levantarse en la mañana, estar activo durante el día. Y desde ahorita, desde que empezó a tomar esto hace como 10 días, se siente bien y no ha sentido molestias. Y algunas marcas también se le están desapareciendo. There's also he's got some marks like the diabetic marks that you have in your skin are like brownish. So he has that in like under his belly. part, and that is also disappearing.
Well, beautiful that it's disappearing. But again, we're not doctors. I was listening for the word verde. Isn't that green?
Verde is green.
Yes, I was listening for that in your
He
translation.
What was it? I
I
look
didn't
like
hear
Hawk.
it.
Oh, I said that before in the first translation.
Okay.
A los del grupo español, esa persona se volvió totalmente verde, como tipo la figura esa de Hulk. Y pues se le quitó como a los 5 minutos. Pero de ahí en adelante él se ha sentido bien y también se le están quitando unas marcas que tiene de la diabetes. Entonces eso le está desapareciendo también. De eso sí le pedí que me tomara una foto ahorita que comienza para ver dentro de un mes cómo se le pone. I asked this person to take a picture of those diabetes marks to see how they disappear in a month or whatever, to have like a before and after.
Well, the only other color I've heard of like this was Stefania when she went to the Mojan teachings and they went out for a break and she said she looked at her arm or her hand or the person that she was with and they were blue. And she looked at herself and she was also blue, I think. I think it faded, obviously, but it was a very different experience, she said.
And then they had sprayed?
No, they attended a meeting and a week or a seminar or a time with Mr. Kesh. And they went out for a break and she said her skin was blue, like the blue she said that you'd see with the Muppets. Something along that color blue. And she was wondering what had happened. So these aren't out of the normal, but there were no Gyan sprayed that I was aware of or anything, or she discussed, but it was just some sort of interaction that.
Actually, I wanted him to spray because he had COVID. So I said, there's a lot of after COVID things that are gonna be exposed to, like calcifications and things like that. So that's how I got him convinced to use it.
Right, where it breaks through. You're just having him use the cup number 2 from the waist down, following the protocol or the rib down.
I still don't have the cup 2 gangs to create the plasma water. I'm working on that one.
But did you say that the same person had the vaccine administered later, or was there a time period?
He had COVID in June last year, and he had his vaccines like a month ago.
Okay, my mistake. Thank you.
And so then the time that you administered the cup 1 was when?
It was maybe like a month after he had his second vaccine.
So he was never treated prior to the vaccines?
No, he had COVID, but asymptomatic. He just lost his smell and the taste, but he didn't need any oxygen or anything.
And so after the cup 1 was administered after the vaccines, that's when he turned green?
Correct.
And so does he show the psoriasis, that's the brown patches that usually comes from contact areas like with the waistband of your pant, high areas that have like a higher heat or friction? Sometimes
that's the normal diabetic things.
Right.
Those things.
So
and that is disappearing. Or it's getting lighter.
So what prompted the use after the vaccine? That's what I was curious about.
I'm his ex-wife.
Oh no, it's
so he's the father of my daughter. So I said, well, you better stay well because who's gonna have to take care of you later on in life is my daughter. So
well, I mean,
finally,
if he was past COVID, had the vaccines, was he still having issues with something other than the diabetic patches?
He felt the pain in his liver and in his riñones.
And so how's he doing now?
He's doing fine. He feels a lot better. He feels with a lot of energy. He doesn't, the liver doesn't hurt anymore. So I guess something's going on there.
Oh, no, I was just curious. I was just trying to get the time frame correct on how, I thought at first that he had been administered cup 1 prior to the vaccine.
No,
So I thought maybe
no,
he had been sorted at that
no.
point.
Mm-mm. The first time he took up one was a month after his last vaccine and a year after COVID.
So there wasn't any other outward signs of interaction with the vaccine other than the diabetic calcification type of patches of a psoriasis?
Yeah, like he's had that diabetic patches for a longer time before COVID and before that.
But overall, he's feeling much better. How is it? How
In a
are the
week,
emotions?
well, I don't know. I don't have that much contact with him.
Okay. Okay. I just thought you
But
might
it
have noticed
seems,
his emotions have changed.
yes, it seems like my daughter tells me like he's a lot better, Mom, and so I guess he's doing fine.
Well, we know cup 1 helps with the emotions. That's one of the positive aspects of cup 1. No, I was just curious because we were looking at a newly identified ingredient that was in the vaccines called graphene oxide that has some issues. And I just wanted to see if there was any, if there has been no reaction with cup 1, then perhaps, or interaction, or maybe it's helped with that. I was just curious. And then I was hoping to speak to Mr. Kesh about his opinion on that newly discovered nanomaterial and whether there's, if it becomes an issue with the vaccinated, if there's a way to, if that's the energy pack that was really that we've all been worried about in the matter state, how we would go about continuing to de-energize it with the current GANs that we use, or are we already there with what we have?
If
I
Stephen,
could
if you
get you
go,
the name of the which vaccine he got.
if you go back to the Italian, when Mr. Kesh was a guest recently on the last Italian program, he spoke about graphene and he told us that it's in every cell of your body. It's in the brain. It goes from matter state back to a plasma state. And this is part of the, I didn't understand it completely, but this is the way it transfers, like between the synapses. It goes on and off all the time, from graphene to matter state or to plasma state.
But it's natural occurring graphene in our
Yes,
body.
correct.
No, but this is a synthetic graphene oxide.
Yes. Mhm.
As a PEG nanolipid that was found. I was just curious at how a man-made synthetic would be different than a naturally occurring nanomaterial or from
Yeah.
natural sources.
We may want to avoid some of these medical things. Might be a wise idea just to avoid them so we don't have any issues, but very good, interesting questions. And I'll leave that up to the expert if you'd
Well,
like.
it's not medical, it's scientific, right?
Yeah, but
It's reality. I'm not.
Well, I guess that was my question, Mark. I heard you say something about the putting links in the chat in this. Was that you that said, don't put anything in the chat if it isn't pre-authorized?
No, I think Mr. Kesh was asking Solomia not to put any other websites or anything which could give us a problem. And this applies to every one of us, illegal or other sort of problems for the foundation. So we don't want to create any more.
Well, and then I thought I heard you say that means this, then you said something, unless you were on the tape.
This is, no, I said this applies to all of us.
Oh, no, I just wanted to mention that the chat that's currently running is private.
Okay.
It can't be seen by anybody
This
else.
is private and it's a private experience. And the shot that he got was Pfizer.
Oh, you're referring to the vaccine?
The green person. Mhm.
Interesting
okay.
point, though. I read an article where CVS has dropped the J&J offering. I guess they will not be carrying it, and CVS is quite a large, how many thousands of stores in the United States? They'll carry the other ones, but not the J&J, as I was reading. And of course, you have to verify so many things. You don't know where it came from, but it was posted somewhere.
No, my question was about the censorship that's going on. If we should, how do we know what we shouldn't talk about? I understand the links, but that's why I just meant that this chat in this group is private. It can't be seen by anyone else. It can't be recorded to it has to be downloaded separately, other than the live stream that's done on the through Rick, where it's, it shows the chat. You can see the chat and record it that way. I was just curious, what we can and cannot talk about. If, just as knowledge seekers, that's very disheartening that we can't talk about anything we want.
I think it'll come when the television station is fully released. Mr. Kesh will be able to say what he wants, but you can see it just talking about elections or anything else. You know what's going on in the social circles, right?
I know we're at war. That's why. And, to say such that we're at war with the CCP or we're at war with information and the technical platforms, does that lead in this private meeting? It's not an issue. It's only if it's recorded.
Can I come in, please?
Sure.
Good evening. Just avoid talking about it. It's as simple as that. Try to keep away from these things at the moment, and it's going to get harsher. We don't need to get involved. We understand it. We're all hopefully adults. We see the shackles of it. We have to be careful. That's all. It's self-consciousness more than anything else, and self-restriction for the time being. Now we see social media cuts everybody off the way they want. Let me explain to you something very simple. You speak near your phone about a topic, cancer, whatever, and watch how, if you go to YouTube, the suggestion of what to do with that cancer will come on your list to watch, the prime one as advertising in 5 seconds.
How peculiar.
No, it's not peculiar. They have put a voice recognition on everything. So imagine what you talk about, how is listened. It's not peculiar, it's a computer program set. You speak tomorrow, but I want to buy Bitcoin. And watch and go on YouTube. One of the first thing is advertising, 5 seconds comes, speaks about Bitcoin to you. And you are not near anything. You haven't used your phone. Your phone is on the table, and you're chatting the other room.
I was only being funny. I've experienced that myself. I guess Siri is listening.
Yeah. Siri is the biggest spy they have put in your phone. And all the programs. Just try it. Once could be coincidental, twice could be accidental, third time is must. So it's the same. You speak about, they put the programs in anybody's box, but something, they come to it. This was done like marshals years ago, in 1970s and 80s. Now it's very, very complicated and very sophisticated, and they do it. Each one of our voices has a fingerprint, and you speak that fingerprint, then listen to. They are interested when you come up. Even you put your phone somewhere, and somebody's phone is in his pocket, and you talk. Even your laptop is on in a room and you think you got rid of you. So don't worry about how much they are after certain things and keep away from it talking, or you become a point of interest.
That's why they say, I think, as a disclaimer, with the smart TVs, to be aware that they're collecting the visuals and the audio, well, not visuals, but
Visual, they
images.
do. They
Yeah,
do.
and selling it to a third party.
I stayed in a hotel and I noticed a block opened up, video recording. I put a sticker of Keshe Foundation on it. The block moved to another position. At the end of it, the bottom of the screen was full of Keshe Foundation stickers. You enter in a hotel nowadays, everything you do in your room is monitored. We automatically, when enter hotels, used to, and sometimes still do, just put a white towels over the whole screen, camera, televisions everywhere. They watch you, even if you are not if you haven't stayed in the very latest hotels, they even put the television in your bathroom to watch how you behave in the bathroom.
Yeah, Mr. Kesh, you're right. And the TV, you will see the sensor light blue. It comes out in the hotel. I usually put the towel over.
They're just watching everything at the moment. Information, knowledge is information, and it's sold. And in most of hotels and accommodations, in public, your watch, even your mobile phone, are a camera for them. There is a program that if you ever been around us, all our mobile phones are locked. The cameras are locked, television cameras are blocked. Your voices, nowadays when you say, what can we say, what cannot be said, is there. I use a mobile phone when I want to talk, for them to listen what I'm thinking, what I want to do, and you see reactions on it. So don't put yourself at risk.
Well, my question was about a newly discovered nanomaterial that's been put out there, publicated. People are talking about it, and I just, I just was curious about what your opinion was.
What is it about? What is the nanomaterial? What is it made of?
Graphene oxide, a synthetic.
What is the graphene oxide of what?
Well, that's the question. It's not really delineated on how it's created. It's just
oxide of what? Copper, zinc, iron, what?
Of graphene.
Yeah, graphene oxide. What does that mean?
A carbon?
Not necessarily. It's a CO2. CO2 in graphene state.
So is it a GANS?
It's energy pack. Graphene as a material. It's a three-dimensional gas, which is what they call it. Not necessarily what they call it. Graphene in what they call it shape is graphene. Creation of graphene is not what do you call it? Necessarily, it's the term they use any words loosely just to connect to something.
Is it allotropic, where it's structured?
I don't know. You have to see it, and it has to be analyzed.
Well,
graphene has become a new word to use to show it's very sophisticated. Is it graphene?
Well, we were trying to put the energy pack into a matter state dimension, because that's been this whole thing with this virus, is the energy pack or the matter state.
Let me explain to you something. Keshe Foundation is running very well controlled by medical teams, new technology. And the first trial has shown immediate effect. We're using a dimension of this. Most probably soon, in next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we will see the outcome. It's actually built within the machine by a knowledge seeker. And it's been tested by doctors. Now it's going for the next phase of tests. We deliver a different structure into the body. It goes back literally to what I used to build 15, 20 years ago, but in a different structure. And now, are we delivering graphene, or are we delivering re-energized condition of the system? Hopefully by this Thursday or next Thursday, hopefully, we hope, Keshe Foundation will release a new product. Hopefully, if everything goes the way we think. And we deliver masks, breathing masks, that by using it, you can change the condition of the whatever, or even prevention of whatever. It's a license certificate factory, and we are taking, hopefully, the controlling shares, and we go with it around the world. Even with the people who are infected using it can prevent or can return, because we tested.
Excellent.
It's part of the expansion of the Keshe Foundation. We sell each mask for €1 worldwide. You can order as many as you like. Minimum order is 50 to what do you call it, transportation cost. Comes from certified, what do you call, factory, medical level 2 factory.
Perhaps you would indulge me with something, Mr. Keshe. Could your technology, because you always said your technology couldn't do harm, could they have found a way to use your technology to not harm, but to keep you more in the matter state, and not kind of preventing you from elevating? If you can indulge that question, I don't know how to put it any other way.
The process of what you call depletion of energy is something you can do. We create systems to deplete energy. We have positioned now the new enhancement vertical system in the exhibition in Linz for the first time in public. And in a couple of weeks, maybe 2 or 3 weeks, the newest version of the enhancement unit will come for the exhibition to be exhibited. We have 2 new enhancement units never shown in public. These are pivotal to transportation, transmutation, or teleportation, as you call it, in the Linz showroom, the exhibition center. And part of its work is to extract energy from environment that allows the physicality to allow the soul of the man to expand. If you heard, we calculated trying to Keshe Foundation to manufacture everything will take years and years. Now we are going on the licensing around the world, and you will see most elite companies around the world will spend time in the Keshe Foundation Exhibition Center. We are not waiting to go. We are delivering. The exhibition center is more or less complete. And it's the only delay is most of us around the Keshe Foundation are going on summer holidays. And once the whole team is back together, it takes us a couple of weeks. And now we have an acquisition, where we acquired a new company into the Keshe Foundation from knowledge seekers who set the company up. And we start doing this. We announced a long time ago to knowledge seekers, you set up structures which we see is valuable to the expansion of technology. We start acquisition of companies which work with Keshe Foundation technology. This is our second such a move. We don't go for knowledge seekers who have an idea or made something. Knowledge seekers now set up factories, companies, and we literally buy these companies out with the knowledge seekers and bring the technology into the position. And if you're a knowledge seeker, we tell you you have something come forward. It's not just for the sake of talking. Now we start a different direction of the expansion of the Keshe Foundation work. And knowledge seekers who are in a position to do so, they're coming up. You will see in next months a large number of products and structures will come out of the foundation. We're taking over and going into partnerships or taking over control assets, and Keshe Foundation, you'll see it. We don't wait for what are called criminals the way they went. Now we have hit over, most probably we will have about at least 60 to 100 major companies in this. We entertain them individually, one by one. And then we open the Keshe Foundation Exhibition Center to public. We are in no hurry to open to public. We are very, very clear in what we do. And we're not going after. We learned a lot of people who were trying to, especially working for different governments or damaging the foundation. Now we send them on a goose chase. We start doing that. You will see a lot of it. But Keshe Foundation works in a different way. While they're across making telephone calls and emails, where we want, we are. When we tell you new products will come out, because now we start releasing, we just acquired a new company. And with it, in expansion, in conjunction with other technologies the foundation has, it allows us to do a lot of other new things. And we in the next most probably 2 or 3 weeks, market Keshe Foundation under fertilizer licensing. A lot of work over past years is start paying off, and we don't want things to be jeopardized by one wrong talk or one wrong links on it and or anything on anywhere.
So since many of these boards are interlinking with members on one or the other, the company sees the profitability, even though they're maybe being told you can't make this? Or will it go to the next company underneath them, let's say?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We have a different strategy, and we noticed we give names and like keep people busy with the names. Let them be there, but it's not a company contract. There is a structure different than their structure, and we've seen it. We've seen how they operate. Now we know how to operate with them. And Lens Exhibition Center is a massive development and a structure for us. Nobody sees. We haven't released anything about the center. The hooligans who listen to your teachings or these teachings or the others, they called everywhere trying to block us. And literally what the people say, you do what you like, the companies here is solid.
So will this be where some of those 10 million jobs or millions of jobs will come from? The licensing of the manufacturing of
Yes.
the, okay.
Yes, we allow the smaller unknown companies without license to become major corporations. And we take shares in it, in helping them to do. And we don't go for small companies, and because we have structure of the big factories around the world in 4 or 5 locations. We are not just whatever rights for 12,000 fraud, which is made up by a bunch of crooks in the court. Governments and people don't look. You consider a multi-billion. We become a multi-billion organization now. Literally multi-billion.
So
and everything we make goes back into foundation. In the next 2 years, the way we are going, will be one of the major 10 corporations in the world. Maybe maximum 5 years.
But that's still predicated on the government's allowing you to be a business or
no
manufacturing, right?
choice. They have no choice. We create jobs and we create the structures.
So if you were a stock picker, you certainly could pick some winners, couldn't you?
We work that way. Team of Keshe Foundations around the world, team of knowledge seekers around the world are talking to a lot of different directions. We put a few sticks out, people keep concentrating on it, but we work different ways. We have scientists, we have organizations who work and they start working with the Keshe Foundation because they become a structure. We are not anymore a book and a teaching. This month we open most probably 2 to 3 factories around the world. But we don't mention anymore anywhere where and how. And we work in conjunction with the teams which they work for us, with us.
But if they have the power to do Corona to slow you down or stop you, can't they just do something else also?
Of course, they always do. There is no doubt. There is no doubt. You don't, the time they try to block you, you're 2 steps ahead in development and research and delivery. The biggest problem we had was one of the leading enemies of the Keshe Foundation was sitting right on the top, informing prior our move or when we move to destroy from inside. We lost that. Many times I was wondering why everything I do is preempted. Now it's not there. Nobody can preempt, and now we're developing very. Keshe Foundation today has become a multi-billion organization and assets of knowledge and technology in our factories. You will see more and more. we learned from what they do. But we don't stop teaching, we don't stop developing. If you remember when we opened the design center, the exhibition center in Linz, they bombarded the mayors, the city, the police, even personally, they have called the exhibition center, and then they published it themselves. Our biggest enemy in the Keshe Foundation was sleeping with a pillowcase. And gone. And you can imagine if what we achieved in the past 12 months would have happened in the past 5 or 10 years, where would that be? We have documents, we have things, how it's been done. They left without knowing too many traces, telling people how to destroy factories, setups, structures. And being connected to the top, they thought that was instruction. It was done very cleverly. Now we don't have, and we work very direct, but they listen to the teaching, so we send them a goose chase. Then they feel a lot of goose chasing because we listen on the other end what they're calling or what they do. The new exhibition center is in a prestigious position. And we're offering jobs. At this moment, jobs is a commodity. When you even offer 20 jobs or 100 jobs, nobody listens to prostitutes and the rest. They prostitute knowledge or things around trying to stop. Government don't look, don't listen. But we have to be careful in how we put things and how we do. And when you speak in these things, just be careful how you talk, that you don't lose the whole system. We had the most successful what we call conference in Romania, thanks to the Romanian group. And from it and with it, we learned a lot. The first enhancement center in Romania will be established in the next few months because of what we had through the conference. And we move in a different direction. And we established different way, but we predicted, we worked, and now we have a powerful structure of the government behind us. We become part of a bigger structure, but we keep very quiet about it. You have to realize these people wrote to the Minister of Defense of Iran that he's a Jew, he's Israeli, and you know what they told him? We know who he is. Because when I started talk negotiations at each level, I explained to them my background, where I sit, where I stand. And you know what they say? They say, if all Iranians were like you, it doesn't matter what religion, Iran would have been in different shape or form. This is the way they are. You saw it. They published most private letters between Keshe Foundation and the head of Ministry of Defense and Minister of Defense of Israel. And they send a copy to Iran. Now you understand. We had Dirk feeding so much, we didn't know where it comes from. But all the information from Dirk and what we were doing was coming from Pillow Talk. And now the pillow speaks. Government don't listen. Our biggest enemy was inside us. Now we work in a different way, we expand. We have all the structures now moving in the right way, and we expand to serve, nothing else. Because they wrote on the internet. We knew how they operate because in one of the 3,000 inputs in past year on the internet, they wrote, we called the lady, he's a womanizer, and he's managed to get the head of the exhibition center, a woman to do. So the person wrote it, knew we're dealing with a woman, but unfortunately the woman was just a manager. So our biggest enemy when we had things done was inside. You don't have that anymore. Expand it. You have companies, you have structures, you have technology which can be developed. We are there to join as a structure of the Keshe Foundation. Nobody can stop you anymore. We have documents from knowledge seekers who've been told what to do to destroy the Keshe Foundation in Italy. Now it's in black and white. Their own telegram messages. Copies provided by knowledge seekers. And we invested over 2.5 million in it. So just try not to lose anything while we are building in the back.
Thank you for your insightful vision.
You are knowledge seekers. You have to know what's happening with your foundation. It belongs to you, not to me. You have to be aware of your surrounding. Some of you sooner or later in different levels will manage part of the Keshe Foundation or new knowledge seekers who come in. You have to be aware of what is going on. We don't put everything in public, but yeah, with these teachings, with people who come in and how it's been, we didn't know how we are losing knowledge seekers very close to us. They made pack of lies and they made the classified 40, 60%. 60% Mr. Keshe is horrible bluff. 40% sometimes is good. And when that comes out with somebody you spend your time with, they believe it. That's how one of the top men in Keshe Foundation wrote to me a few months ago. Now I understand how they were getting rid of the top people in the Keshe Foundation. Now they're calling them by name, they're calling them private. People don't listen because they realize. You have to understand what's happening in the foundation. We keep a lot of things away, but you are like this group, which are here, and most of you are active in different parts. You have to understand. They came as a people who are supposed to be in the audience of the, if you remember, knowledge seekers in the exhibition in Linz when we opened, if you remember. And through there, They were giving instructions what to do. And we had major buyers from Europe. They went to them and they got them to cancel orders. They lost, not us. That's why you don't see us to arrange anybody to come into the exhibition or public. It wasn't a nation. That nation put somebody right in the center of the Keshe Foundation. And now it's not there anymore, and now we expand. And it's strange, you know, those who listen to, they're back, they want to be in. They realize they've been taken for a good walk. We are not anymore. Every time we try to build up companies, factories, they came in, they destroyed, and they moved on. And they got most probably paid for it. Now, what cannot be done? And the same thing happened with your Margaret. The pressure they put on and they went and everything else, Trump saw opportunity for it to move. But they lost. And now we move with another government which is prepared to cash it. You got to know who sits with you and in the Keshe Foundation. We still have moves in the foundation, reporting things, doing things, but one by one we are putting them out. One by one we are sorting it out. You keep your end of bargain, you carry on teaching and everything else you do. We keep our end of bargain to bring the Keshe Foundation worldwide in the correct way. They wrote a 62-page report to a national defense, head of the security of a nation, 62-page report. And half of it was supplied from Austria. Took 3 months for a government head of securities to say rubbish. You saw that letter. When we tell you we work with the government at the highest level, we don't joke. The letter you saw appeared on the internet, direct communication with the head of Israeli defense and the prime president, or what you call the prime minister of Israel, was done in full collaboration of the Iranian government to start peace negotiations, to find a solution for Palestinians. And what did they do? Because they thought they found it in the vault of the bedroom, they can use it. Then I can get executed by Iran. And that letter forced us to literally go directly open, that we are on negotiations everywhere. You should have realized when you saw money of you saw that letter, it's addressed to the Prime Minister and the head of security of Israel. We give the defense technology, we tell them at the end of it, this is what's going to happen to you. Iran is in a position of a complete technology. The reason for that letter, some of you might find out sooner or later, is 3 Israeli jets took off from Tel Aviv to attack Syria. 1 Iranian new advanced space technology appeared on the scene, instructed them to land or we take you out. They landed. because they already knew they're going to get wiped out. They would have dropped like a ton of brick. They were instructed to land. The reason being, if they would have been destroyed, would have been the beginning of a new cycle of war. We use it as a peaceful way, and we carry on doing that. And they released a letter to make sure I get executed by the Iranian National Securities as a spy for Israel. That letter was in the hand of Iranians from the beginning. I never sold the Iranian nation, never sell. But I negotiate for peace for Iran in every way possible. And you will see the fruit of it in the next few weeks. You keep the ship sailing, we know where to direct it.
And I always was wondering why you miss so much, but like a clever detective, he's not missing anything. He's just gathering up the net. Mhm.
We don't miss, we couldn't stop this mayhem. We will release a lot of information in due course. You've seen in the past year attack, or past years of attack with Dirk, and in past 12 months, there are over 3,000 entries on the internet attacking direct, indirect, people around, going for their heads. We didn't respond in any shape or form. We won't respond. We will not respond in public, but behind, be watching, because everything they write gives us indication where to look for and what to look for. When your enemies gives you the key, why do you throw it away? And if you look at the pattern of past 12 months and past 7-8 years with Dirk, it's a copy of each other. A copy of each other. So they get instruction from the same master, or the master has come into operation. But don't forget, you've only been told what they wanted you to know, not what we know. And they were hoping that we react. We don't react. Many knowledge seekers ask me, why don't you all this? Have you seen what has happened? Only those who were weak, they fell off. And then they're falling off when the corona came and the other things came, they found out all the rubbish they listened to does not help them with what they need. They're coming back one by one. As nothing happened, but we know what happened. Then a large number of knowledge seekers in the past 12 months moved sideways. And we see them one by one are coming back as nothing happened, but we see them what they entered before with the other side. And you got to understand, knowledge seekers, you are putting your finger in your little talks in every pie: agriculture, energy, medicine, health, space, you name it, you're putting your finger in it. In today's teaching, you put your finger at least in about 6 of them without you knowing. To you is a knowledge you share. To them is a threat. You can destroy their advantage. And you have seen this, except one case where figures and numbers in one of the teaching was cleared, was because the Keshe Foundation could have been pulled into a fraud and deception. And by instruction of the Austrian police and lawyers, we released figures deliberately to protect the foundation. And you have to be there. We talk a lot, we push. When we push and talk in every way, it's because we want to push an agenda through. And we done our job. As I said, you listen to two acceptance of Iranian new president and in the parliament. You see the change. In past years, we always had that to this, end of that. Even in the parliament, a few members tried to shout, they immediately muffled them. We changed the policy that we explained what can do, and they understood what damage has been done. And now we're collectively changing it. Is we are not decision makers, we are advisors, and we advise what is the best for the nation. And you've seen it clearly in past 7 days, what we outlined with the government in past 3 months, step by step, explaining to them what word, what said can do, has brought the result. If you notice, the special envoy from Vatican was sitting in the front row of the parliament in Iran, because Vatican was trying to move to change in Iran in a earnest way. They got a good ear bashing in past 3 months. Now they sit there as a subordinate, not as a member of the, what you call it, Vatican. We are advisors, we advise governments what we see. And we saw the same thing in Hong Kong. And we see how, with the right advice, people listen, how everything in the spirit of China was stopped. They gained plan with Vatican. They gained offices of the government reform in advance to wait for it to come. Keshe Foundation is extremely powerful in the background. Because we are correct. And they wonder how we get the information. And they haven't listened to it yet. We sit within the soul. We don't need to listen to the ear. We will release information so precise that the governments, by checking, they know exactly where and how they are. Have a look at the past presentations of presidents in Iran. Do you see an envoy from Vatican? Such a high level. Sat in front row. You saw all sorts of Arab nations of Persian Gulf. They all were invited and sat in the first and second, because they know what's going to happen. the information and technology. When we tell you 6th of June next year we'll go to moon, we will go to the moon because we already have the technology, but we need to get it the right way with the right governments to be there. Actually, if you want to know, we can go to moon tomorrow. Every system we have. The only system we don't have is the agreement of the governments. They have the technology, sits right inside the Keshe Foundation in the exhibition center. I put it so upfront that nobody can believe such a thing exists. So just be aware and be very wise and sit and watch. But as I said, keep the ship sailing. We'll make a direction of it, where to go and how to land where we want.
As you said, do your part, we do our part, yes.
We're all part of the same part. It's just we can't we all can't roll with the, what do you call it, with the right hand side. We'll be going on the circle.
You're an amazing person to be around. It's just
We are all amazing.
It's just breathtaking to see why someone would deceive you, but we saw the same with Christ.
Judas was sharing pillow. We are aware of it. We've been aware of these things for a long time, but we have to play our game our way. We keep very, very quiet.
As you said in many times, a master never reveals his full hand.
If I tell you things we know, you will run. You see, people who came to the foundation, we touched their heart with the knowledge and our action. They didn't come with a word of John or Jack or whatever else. And when the betray comes, they know where the heart sits, not just the talk. In the past 2 years, I started pointing out to close knowledge seekers who work with us to be aware and see, physically see where the flow is and what is happening. So we were fully aware. The whole of the top of Keshe Foundation, we could see everything, but we kept on going. And now we know where we are. But you will see more and more expansion, and all of it is going into the work of the foundation. It doesn't stop. And now, as I said, we send them for a goose chase. And they sit within the structure of the Keshe Foundation, inside. The new exhibition center is in a very prestigious position. They call the owners persisting to get rid of us. Then the owners show them what we call in English the two fingers. doesn't stop. And because of us, now more companies are coming in. Because now they have a space technology on their side. So other advanced technologies will come in. But we will learn who and how they've done it. Then the guys are literally, we know now we're sitting in the center of the child trafficking. We damage their pocket.
Totally amazing. As we sit in class and discuss making of GANs and fields, there's all these things going on in the background that we're not privy to. And as you said, we've only told the knowledge seekers a couple of % of what we're doing on this planet. So you have everything well in hand.
No, it's just we are an organization, we have a lot of enemies, we gotta turn enemies back to friends. And the enemies actually see collaboration as part of their success. The Keshe Foundation works right across in different shapes and forms with different people, with different governments. And knowledge seekers are very persistent to get the government to listen to. And that's what happens when it comes to the work that way. And when it comes to it, because they know about it, they allow it to happen, and it takes place, we take the rest of it. Now, in new cases we see in past few weeks and months, big companies who are, or they think can collaborate with us to expand their way, they come to us, say, we are giving share of our company to you, help us to raise. We got a number of cases like this running. And some of them are big players. We're not going out looking, they come to us. We had people flying to us to offer us their companies to expand. We, you will hear very soon. And I know the American officials are sitting in the background, they know I come here. Iran nuclear technology has reached 99% enrichment capability. And this is going to shock the American administration. And we'll announce it in a very detailed way very soon. And as I said to the officials, the reason we are opening the nuclear centers of Iran is because we have a more advanced technology. We have managed to develop a technology which we can enrich to 99% full enrichment of plutonium and uranium. And it's a Iranian home-made technology. And we don't need any of the energy levels which has been used up to now. And if you listen to the teachings a few weeks ago, I explained why we need pure material. And if you listen to the Iranian president's speech this week, he emphasized in what we say. We are not after a nuclear weapon, but we're after superiority in the space technology, and we got it. Americans on the piece of table of negotiation are dealing as what we call a minor partner, not a superior partner. Iran has the technology to enrich 99% pure uranium. They were worried about the 60. We have 99. The Americans cannot reach 99% purity. We have the technology, and more advanced and much cheaper, and at the same time makes nuclear technology much more safe. And the beauty of it is we're prepared to share with the rest of the nations. As I said to the Iranian leadership, we are putting Iran centrifuge, advanced centrifuge centers in Natanz for sale for the Israelis to buy. Instead of killing and bombing it, we give it to them free. Because now it's obsolete. We need the space in those silos for more advanced systems. Last time it cost us $1 billion to set up. This time it cost us over $100,000 to set up. Those of you who listen, or in the Biden administration, you've been checkmated. We can fly from Linz tomorrow morning into Moon. We have the technology, we have everything in our hand. All we need is to ship it from Iran into Austria. Or you can come to Iran and see it in Iran. We have reached total purification of uranium and plutonium. I said always, when the Iranian administration come into power, I'll follow our line of strengthening the inner Iran inside without any more talks of what was before. We open the door of knowledge to Iran, and it's all been open. What I tell you is not something out of line. The Iranian government is already aware of it. I want to know how many 62-page report they write more. There is a very deep ethos with us. We never sell our women unless they sell themselves, and we never sell our nation unless our leaders sell our nation for themselves. And in both cases, those who did have gone.
Blessing to have you with us anytime, all the time. It
We
is a-
hope it. We
Yes.
hope it's the American administration message today. We know they come to this teaching, they listen very carefully in the background. And always use this platform to speak to the administration. And our message is very simple. Vienna talks has to be straightforward. We don't ask you to take the sanctions off, keep your sanctions. We deliver technologies that your sanctions are not worth. Iranian nuclear boycotting and sanctions. We give you the machines free. Take them to America and learn what we knew 10 years ago. You're still behind. We need the space in Iranian nuclear centers for the new technologies we developed. You can have some souvenirs.
As you said, you sanction Iran, you actually are sanctioning yourselves.
In a way, it's not Iran, it's understanding the knowledge, understanding technology. I have a long-term, long, deep connection with Mitsui and Mitsubishi. Japanese will play a game in this new development because they need to. And it's non-nuclear, they don't need American approval. We are getting there very slowly, but catch a monkey. That's they say in English. But we got to see, we got to stay correct in sharing knowledge. We can't stop sharing knowledge. We can't stop teaching. And by teaching and sharing knowledge, more people become aware of, more people are recognizing the beauty of the knowledge. And they're joining themselves.
I'm sure Alex is going to come in here and say that it's approaching 1 a.m. Central
In
European.
Europe. We have all the time for peace. We work around the clock. And there's no time limitation unless we put time on it. But it's important for us to understand where the Keshe Foundation is going from now on. We gave the technology to the governments. We shared the knowledge with the people. Now we commercialize it to major industrial corporations, which again is licensing, and its income will go back to the foundation for what we want to do. They don't take it, opposition will take, because whoever goes to bed with us will control the market. You got to understand, when we set up the Lens Exhibition Center, the original one, the plan was that way, and we got hit by Corona. The new exhibition center carries on with the same work. We'll be entertaining heads of states, heads of corporations to come and see. They know about the Keshe Foundation. They just want to be part of it. They don't do the minor partners will come in and will take over the major partners. Mercedes, BMW, Volkswagen walks away from a deal with the Keshe Foundation on the table. Tesla will take over. Or the Chinese. We already have offer of 25-50% of major Chinese car industry, the new electronics, to take ownership. We don't play against each other, we play them, they have to share the market with each other. Everything which will affect us, we start negotiating. We have started negotiating past few weeks. Now we're going through the summer holidays. We go in a very big way with the way we have. We have a prestigious exhibition center, extremely prestigious, and other facilities. We have the factories. We built it over years. Now we show. Come and see. When we open it to public, we will most probably delay the exhibition in the first conference from the first week of September to first week of October due to these activities. Because it's more important to bring governments to see than major corporations to see than knowledge seekers to come and understand. We can wait 4 weeks, 6 weeks after. But most probably when we open the Keshe Foundation to public as an exhibition in most probably October, the what we call new systems which you've never seen will be there. But our system costs a lot of money and we charge a lot of money for it to go in and to be done. And we see what the way we put the classes out. Now we start receiving the reports back from the people who have been using it. And we see we've been correct. Technology has delivered. Knowledge seekers who buy the classes, they send the report to us. They have to, because it's in the envelope where they receive the goods, to report. And we start receiving the first reports. And it's exactly what we thought. And now we do the next step and next. In the next few weeks, most probably before Christmas, we deliver the enhancement vision system, specifically for blinds and people who have an eye problem. And part of it will be to enhance the soul. Do we need to see with the eye or do we see it through our emotional soul? Well, from what I've heard in past reports coming in, it's directly going for the soul, exactly where we want it. And it opens your vision to a new direction.
Mr. Cash, can I ask you a question?
Yep.
How do you see with the soul? Can you explain to a layman what you mean by seeing with the soul?
You feel your environment without talking. You feel your people without talking to them. You don't need to go to sleep to dream about them. You feel them before they do. But you never put it on the table. That's the beauty of their strength. You leave it for them to tell you, or they know that you know. You never, if you're a father, do you go and hit your child? Why didn't you tell me? You give so much love to your child that he'll come and tell you, Papa, what I did wrong. When you hit, you're a dictator. When he comes to you, he shows the strength of the love and care. You just let them know, I know. You expand it. You called it sometimes the sixth sense. It's not the sixth sense. It's your creator, your soul, which feels and knows. And you rely more and more on it. And one thing which is very important, nobody should have a fear to approach us or talk to us. We should be as open as anything. And that's the key. When we become a structure for fear people to have a fear to see us, we have to change it. They should be open, though people can talk. But you don't have time to listen to everyone, but you can be selective and develop it. And the time when you're correct, you'll come, you pick up the fruit of your work. Then it comes when you're at peace with yourself and everything else, you develop more. And I've said very recently and many times, I have found peace after years of turbulence and comfort and pleasure to be part of what I do. What turmoil you've seen past year on the internet, I live with 30 years of day in, day out. You get so punch drunk, they don't know which way to go. You run from post to post. Now I have found peace, and in finding peace, I bring a lot of peace and work for everyone. I have found what I always was looking for years in my life. And this gives me time to do other things. You had a taste of a year of it. I had the taste of 30 years of it. Just keep on teaching and don't hold back knowledge. When you hold back knowledge, you stop yourself, not the others. But understand who you give the knowledge to and how you share it. We are heading for a big change, a massive change. But we have to stay very calm, but at the same time, not to be in control of, but to be part of the change. If we try to be in control of it, we can manage dictatorship. But to be part of it, we take the majority. Then there is less mistake to be made.
Mr. Kesh, can I ask you a question?
Yep.
I want to tell a small story first, and then I will ask the question. In the documentary Discovery Channel, a long time ago, I saw a video about the turtle. In the seashore, turtle lays egg, thousand egg. And at the end, I think so 21 days or something, days later, the egg hatched. That time, the foxes and the sea seagull and seabird
I've
and
seen that
fish.
movie.
Everything
I've seen-
waiting for the it to want to eat the turtle's baby. And some scientist is there, some voluntary worker is there to help them to go to the sea. But most of babies get eaten by predator. So my question is now, humanity is hatching the egg. So what situation will be happen to them?
We are in a safe hand. The biggest predator of man is a man himself. Very few people are eaten or taken by the other animals, but most of the people killed is killed by man. So we have to change the man for the predator not to be there, because man is a predator of himself. But the other hand is, the process of life on this planet has been that I know I need only one to hatch out of 100 for it to survive to be another. So I lay enough for the others to be served. You look at the story in two ways. You look at it that the predators do the wait for the food, but the mother knows, or the turtle knows, that it's a supply chain to the others to feed their children, for them to survive. And the process comes that when the lion, or what do you call it, when the lion's share of the food is given through the structure of the environment, then the fox or the bear doesn't need to eat, and the turtle would lay one egg or two to guarantee the survival. If you get all these thousands of turtles into the ocean, can you imagine, would there be any other animals left? They'll eat all of it. In a way, the mother knows, and it's the process of how the cycle of life is on this planet. Then it's not that if people can help or whatever, it's what mankind does. I was sitting in the west coast of Africa. I own a hotel that I was on the top in the penthouse, watching the shore, because they used to bring catches with two big fishes, what do you call it, ships, and then they can't pull because they don't have these heavy engines to pull heavy loads. So the boats come to the shore, and the people on the shore help the fishermen, and they pull a net in. This is traditional in West Africa. So people help the fishermen to pull in heavy loads of fish from the sea, because they cannot, there is no equipment for it. The Africans don't have it. So the men become the motors. When they pull the net in, if let's say there's a ton of fish, the fisherman takes half a ton. The rest is left for those who help to come in, to bring it in. They take. And at the end, the balance is left on the shore for the birds to eat. In one of these catches, there was a huge turtle. They didn't know what to do with it, but they knew, traditionally, they can't put it back in the ocean. I joined the fishermen because I wanted to understand how the culture is. They turned the turtle on his back. It was like a minibus, or what do you call it, a mini car, I should say. It was huge. They managed to turn it on his back. And I said, what do you do with it? They said, then we decide what can, because he's going to die. We can't put him back into the ocean. And the turtle must have been, I don't know, 100 years old or whatever. And I learned a lot from it. It's not the process of how it was caught, but how many generations has this turtle have created in the ocean? Has its soul given time for it to be? And what do the Africans do with it? And what would happen when there is no fishermen? The fishermen are all fed. We managed to feed the man through his soul. With the turtles, still lay 1,000 eggs for 1 or 2 to hatch. Or the seas will be without turtles.
Critical situation. Thank you.
It is how we look at the things and how will come. How we see what is the perception of what we don't see. The cycle of life has to be, and it will balance itself. We've seen this with the Chinese experiment. China went for a one-child policy, and the numbers dwindled, and the parents chose if it's going to be a boy or a girl, and they have 20 million boys more than girls. So they had to import girls from Thailand, Vietnam, and the rest of it, and they have a bigger problem than they would have allowed the daughters to be born. Now they went for a two-child policy because it was one child looking after 3 people. And when they got married, 2 people were looking after 8 people, plus 1 child, 9 people. And the economy couldn't pull. Man gradually will come to his own balance to find out now China allows 2 family policy. And now if you're rich, you can have 3. It became depopulation. And then they found a way of survival.
Thank you.
Mr. Kesh, in the last workshop, you said something about the new or the old leaders, and that many of them are sick. And so would that also mean that via this way, a lot of advancements will be made?
You have a beautiful Dutch accent. I know who you are. The advancement will come because the new leaders are young and they bring it in. And they will change the structure. And the new leaders in the West will bring a lot of changes. And the same with the other parts. But the old have created such a mess, they don't know how to sort it. That'll bring a big change. But it is, we see it is inevitable with the Corona situation to come up with a new way, new industries, and we are in the right time, the right place to deliver the right technology and enough ears to listen to bring that technology in different shape or forms. Don't forget, every nation has a copy of the patent, the knowledge, and once one hits up, the rest will run with it. And as I said, we offer our most advanced 30,000 RPM centrifuge uranium system as a gift to the other nations because we don't need it. It's too costly, and Israelis can create a lot of problem for themselves, getting people, many Israeli soldiers and what you call Mossad's killed, trying to stop these centrifuges to damage themselves. So now we give the gift to them, they can come and take it. So the new generation of the Israelis will move in a different way. The new generation has to change in the future, not the old generation. There's a very high possibility that we'll see massive changes on the horizon when new technologies are released by Keshe Foundation. They have a huge number of technologies which are ready to come out. And we do it in collaboration with the new Iranian government. If they do not play, Keshe Foundation will become an independent nation. We will run as an independent nation. We'll create a new nation. And we're in that position, can do. A nation without borders, a nation without arms, a nation with people who serve, and the rest. You know, you nowadays carry a national passport in Europe, and you carry a European accepted card, ID card. You still will carry a new ID card as part of the being one nation. The choice is very simple, but it takes time. It won't happen overnight, but one nation will come, a policy we have no choice of. We always had the mayors and we always had the head of districts. Now we have the head of states, but in fact they're just part of a one nation's organization. And we work on it, and it just comes things across. We had a meeting with a mayor very recently, and I said to him, what's your position? He says, I can't spend money because there's so much debts. I said, okay, Keshe Foundation will take over all your debts of your city. The money you pay as an interest, spend on your city. He could not, he was shaking his head. I said, at the moment, you're in the hand of the banks. We take charge over all your bank debt. You don't need to pay the foundation to spend the money on your city. And the Keshe Foundation will expand its work in your city, bring more jobs. Because we can do it. We are in a position to be able to do it. We bring 1,000 jobs into the city. And I said the debts you pay, we pay. We deduce it once we create jobs out of our taxation to the government. We are not giving it free, but we allow the nation to grow, the city to grow. And then this before with governments. We buy nations' debts, but they don't have to pay us. When a nation doesn't have to pay, nation spend inside. We created jobs, that the jobs and taxation pay us for our debts. It's not win-win, it's win for the nation. This is how we interact and interface with the governments. But we monitor the money they paid for the loans, how it's spent in the city. It doesn't become a free run for everyone. But we create jobs. It's the job of the city to create facilities for us to be able to set up factories, create new jobs, new taxation. It's the same with governments. I've done this before. For me, it's something which I know very well. We buy the debts of the African nations by the Keshe Foundation. They don't need to pay us.
I have a question. I have been asked by others about how this is different from the New World Order.
What is the New World Order?
Good question.
What is the New World Order? We are not a New World Order. We are a one nation and we go that way. To have an order, you have to make rules and somebody had to be somewhere to push things. There is a policy and there is a ruling. If people accept the policy themselves that it makes sense to them, you don't need to rule them. And our policy is very simple. We don't enter into guns, we don't enter into politics of the country. We support economically the nation, the country, the city, whatever. We now have a new structure in China. The Keshe Foundation in China gives products of the Keshe Foundation freely to the farmers, more or less. We have the factory. They're producing thousands of liters of gases. We don't ask for the farmers of very little, which allows the farmer to save on the fertilizer. And we say, okay, if the national government says your land should produce 1 ton and we get 2 tons, we take one third of the extra ton. Nobody can refuse us. Now in China, this is our new policy and our team are working on it. We have built, Keshe Foundation team has built a large, sales force, and that's their job. The poverty sits within the farmers. Farmers doesn't even have the money to pay for the harvest, for the fertilizer. Now we give gases the way it helps the farmer to double, triple the product freely. That we share on the profit of the increase in harvest. If you increase 1 ton to 3 ton, we have with us nearly 1/3 of a ton at the end of the year. That 1/3 of a ton will give us the money investment, capital investment. Next year, the farmer is always there. We don't need to go to them. They've seen the result. The Keshe Foundation has a direct instruction in China. Give the gases freely to the farmers who need it instead of fertilizer, and we take 1/3 of the harvest. Increased harvest. Which means he cannot lose. He had his bases as he had before.
Thank you for the explanation.
You're welcome. The policies the future heads of the Keshe Foundation have to make is how to be correct. But at the same time, profitable to be able to deliver to be correct. We need millions of dollars, not a few, to carry out. And those of you who are rich, the foundation needs this kind of support to be able to deliver. We don't live poverty-stricken, we live a good life, all of us, and it's time to change from inside out. The factory in China, the factory in Iran going into operation. Mexico is coming online to deliver in a beautiful way. Austria is going to a mass production in a 6,000-7,000 square meter. We hopefully build a beautiful structure in Romania in the next few months. The same with Africa now. We are moving beautifully in that direction next few weeks. And now we have a support of a government behind us to deliver through governmental policies.
Another question I was asked is about mind control. Some people think that the ganses may have an effect in like mind control.
Whose mind, who's controlling? You're making your ganses, so you're controlling your mind and becoming aware of other things.
Okay.
It's very simple. You're not buying ganses, you're not going to somewhere to get an injection. You produce the ganses with a good intention, and that intention comes from the ganses to you to create a good life for yourself. If it's a mind control, it's you controlling your mind because you know it brings benefit, and you're producers of it. Who's controlling who?
Okay. Another question, is the cash coin still, you said something about a banking system coming into existence sometime later, a cash coin based system?
Yes, well, cash coin is a donation coin with 3% interest. And European Central Bank had a huge problem with this situation. And that we become a Bitcoins and valuation. I spent weeks with our bankers and European Central Bank explaining to, and European Central Bank has accepted the Cash Foundation as a valid coin, that it is its instrument within the structure of the Cash Foundation. And we have no intention to put it into the market. But there are market people who are looking at the Cash Foundation as an income. But there's a lot of things with it we watch, but we know there are institutes who are looking to, but it's as a donation, as is not a purchase, they have a big concern. Because we don't allow them to stipulate. But at the moment, if you have over 150,000 euro in most of the European banks, you pay 1% interest or 1% of your capital every year to the bank, because the economy has collapsed and the banks have no one to lend money to. So they have brought reverse, the way it's been in Switzerland for years. Over 150,000, if you have 1 million, they take 10,000 from you to have your account, where in the past they gave you 1 or 2% interest. Now Cash Foundation 3% interest is very lucrative for many organizations to look at, but they don't like the way it's set up as a donation. But it's been accepted by Central Bank, European Central Bank, as a valid currency within the structure of the Cash Foundation.
So with that 3% or in general, what does that mean? It said somewhere that you could exchange some of this for product.
Yes, a lot of Cash Foundations, so you buy it and you want to share it or buy something. We have knowledge seekers who've done this. They exchange their coins. We already are in that position. Or some knowledge seekers donate their coins to the foundation for a specific project.
Because I asked Klaus Prille and he didn't really know, he wasn't really sure how that worked.
In which way?
I was gonna donate something and then possibly exchange it for product later, and he really wasn't sure how it worked.
You can do. Of course you can.
Okay.
Because he allows us to work. A number of people have done this.
Okay.
They bought the coins at the beginning, and now with enhancement units or different projects of the Keshe Foundation, they send us a note that I want to donate my coin for this purpose.
Okay.
Or
And
they exchange it for goods they want to buy.
okay, now, how do I know, because I haven't seen any kind of anything about how this is accounted for?
Everything goes into the account of the Keshe Foundation, all the donations. And as a foundation, we do not disclose any of our accounting.
Okay.
It is part of how it has been from the beginning. And that's how we invest everything around, because we receive donations, we receive a lot of incomes from our own work. And as a foundation, we only disclose our books to the government. We do not need to disclose anything. It's just the beauty of the foundation.
My question is more like if I donate something and later on want to use it, some of it for purchase, how do I know what I can use?
You decide.
I mean,
You
no, I
can.
mean, how much is available for me to use?
For what you've donated plus the 3% over the years it stays.
Okay.
And so if you put 10,000 euro, you get 300 per year.
Okay.
So that year you want to spend your interest on, you just inform the foundation. The only thing is your 1,000 donation stays 1,000. There is no flexibility in it. We saw with the Bitcoin, a lot of people saw it, it went to 60,000, whatever, and it dropped to 25, 28, and now it's back to 30, 40. How many people have lost? If it goes from 50 to 25, somebody must have sold this coin that it lost so much. You understand?
Yep.
Why should people lose their livelihood this way? We don't speculate, we invest, and we've seen it. If you look at it, the Chinese factory, the investment in Mexico, the investment in Iran, in Austria, these all come with the hard cash. We invest from the foundation.
And that 3%, if I would exchange that for goods, would that be taxable? Do you know?
Not really, because you buy it internally. No, it's internal.
Okay.
Because you're
Thank you.
entitled. You're welcome.
This has always been kind of fuzzy for me.
No, it's there. If you look at it, we own all the assets of the Keshe Foundation. We don't have all the investments, assets are owned by the foundation, paid by the foundation. We have a zero bank borrowing. We don't borrow anything from any bank. And knowledge seekers or donations or investment comes and we invest the same. Every book sold, the money goes into the foundation. Every profit made around the foundation goes to the foundation and it gets reinvested. You got to understand, you have a 17,000 square meter factory in China. You have a 7,000 square meter factory in Mexico, fully owned by us. We own it, we paid for it. You have the operation in Austria, in Iran, used to be in Ghana, now it's moved to Nigeria, it's moving there. Many other bits which the Keshe Foundation is involved in, all paid for. And It all comes from the operation we do. I invest a lot of private capital into it to grow it, that it brings a world peace. But in essence, whatever donated is there, we need it, we use it. And as I said, I put every penny of the Keshe Foundation and my assets in there. And I close all my banking around the world that nobody can accuse me of is using, siphoning money into his private account. I buy a cup of tea, foundation pays for it. I sell a book, I pay it, I give it to the foundation.
Thank you. Another question. I'm the person that has that one enhancement unit ordered.
From Germany,
Yeah, no,
from United States.
yes. And
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what will happen with that, because I don't have a facility and I don't have a doctor and I haven't really looked for one.
We handed you over to John Bevan. John,
Okay, all right.
John is responsible for the whole of the operation of the enhancement units in New York, in your area, and a couple of other places. And we have developed, we have changed and improved the technology, and now we are more or less, we think, next week or two after the holidays, ready to deliver the enhancement units out, because we are in the final phase. We had to develop new technologies for transportation and transmutation, and part of it matches into the enhancement units. If you look at the pictures of the enhancement units, which is in the exhibition center, if you look closely, you see reactors mounted on the wall. Those reactors are all gone. Totally different, totally more effective system has been developed as part of the transportation transmutation. Now we use enhancement unit. And we think we are ready to go. And then if any further development next year or so, we reassess the structure.
So would it be best for my unit to be with the others?
You have to decide. Let us, we are, what do you call it? We are in the process of, we show this first in Tehran. Now that the new Iranian administration is in a very short time, Keshe Foundation units will be flown to Tehran. And will be shown in Tehran for the first time in operation. And then we are ready to deliver. And the setup for it is to do. Our factory in China and in Austria is getting ready to deliver between around about 50 units a month. And we have a commitment and sense for it.
Okay, so then I will get a hold of John.
You just gotta wait. John will announce when we are ready to go, because John has to wait for the factories to deliver. And then we go. At the same time, we want to use the enhancement units and the new units as part of our negotiation for peace with the Americans and the rest. In technology and exchange for peace. We are not jumping anywhere. We are sitting back very tight while we are sitting. While we waited for the change in the administration in Iran, we kept on developing the technology. And now we have a new administration in Iran. We see a lot of people saying it's a hardliner. Yes, it's a hardliner from now on for the Iranian nation and the world. The policy is very, very simple. We look in, and with it, we look after the outside. And it'll be shown in Tehran, then Arizona, and then we'll go worldwide. We have enough orders to keep us going for the next 10 years on enhancement units.
Well, thank you for your wisdom in that decision making.
We have a lot of, we see through the soul. We know where we have to go. But essentially, Keshe Foundation runs in the background on its own. We have a zero borrowing with zero commitment to any bank. Whatever we hold on our own back, and very few organizations like us in the world. They have millions in the bank, but the shareholders are borrowed to be there for them to be we sit correctly on our own assets. And we invest in our assets with the people and the way it goes. The running of the Keshe Foundation at the moment runs into more or less hundreds of thousands a month at the moment. We are running back into a couple of 100,000 plus a month expenses. It's not a joke running this organization. And donations will cover very few part of it. The studio, the exhibition center, that alone costs the foundation around about 50,000 a month.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. The China, it's the same. It costs tens of thousands, and we pay for it, all been paid and gets paid. The same in Mexico and the rest. We set up the factories before, and as we saw, we lost because inside we're telling how people to break open, how to damage the foundation. And now we got rid of it, nobody is damaging the foundation. So everything is done. We are increasing workforce every week now. And we expect to employ about 20,000 people by the end of 2022. That's our minimum target. We will reach around about 5,000 by mid next year.
Mr. Keshe, I want to thank you very much for being here. Terrific, terrific day. Really appreciate it. I want to
Thank you very much for your teaching. You are making a lot of effort and a lot of headways. Thank you for your time and everything else which goes to bring this in.
Thank you for those words. I am frankly overextended. I'm in uncharted waters. So next week I'm planning on getting back into the yellow submarine and doing a little more exploration. So but I thank you for your inspiration, because it's real, and I thank for the knowledge seekers who've supported me in my efforts, because that's real as well. And to all the people who've attended today, on behalf of the North American Corona team and the North American International Corona team, I want to thank you all for allowing me to participate and move forward. And I'm going to sign off and pass it over to you, Mark. Thanks again, Mr. Keshe.
Thank everyone. What a beautiful delivery by Mr. Keshe and Alex and Jalal and all the teachers, as we're all students and we are all teachers. It's just some of us know a little bit more, or hope we got it right, than the others. So again, we're so fortunate to be in the hands of a captain that sailed these rough waters before in the universe. So he does know how to navigate and get us through safely. We're at a beautiful moment in history now, and we'll all be witness of it and tell our grandchildren and so on what we've actually been through, and probably deliver it to other planets who are in a misfortunate condition like we've been. Thank you so much, Mr. Kesh. You're always inspiring. Great person to be with, hang around with, and be buddies with. And it's just great. I can't say all the words I'm thinking. Okay, I think I'll play the final disclaimer. Even some of the Europeans have fallen off. But as we know, Mr. Kesh can go for 22, 23, 24 hours a day. And I think we'll achieve approximately the like of that. It's just beautiful to be in the presence of life and knowledge. So thank you all for attending. This will be up posted in the Telegram shortly. And thanks to all the others that we didn't see in the participants list, but we know they're here and listening. So thank you very much. And I will play the final disclaimer, and have a great evening or morning, wherever you may be.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.